This and all episodes of the podcast have been brought to you by our generous patrons over at Patreon, the DayZ podcast. If you're interested in finding out more about how you can support the show each week, then please click the link in the description down below to find out more information about Patreon, the DayZ podcast. Thank you for your support. And a big shout out specifically to our $10 supporters, Scalespeeder Gaming, Dick Donovan, and our $25 supporters, Jake Snow and Eric Johnson. Thank you so much for your support, gentlemen. It means the absolute world to us on the podcast. Thank you, and I hope you all enjoy the show. Three, two, one. And welcome to episode 59 of the DayZ podcast. We are joined today by our special guest host, who's only allowed to stay if he confirms one thing. Lift up your feet, Don.
Oh, is that me? Oh, you know, I'm going to disappoint.
He's not wearing Crocs. He's not wearing Crocs. Oh my fucking God. Don, run away
Where's
now.
my emergency? Where's my emergency set?
I got my
Hey, you're saved by Big Grampa, mate. You're saved by Big Grampa. He's wearing the docks for you, buddy.
I knew I forgot something.
Someone in chat called you the Croc God, mate. Mate, how good is it to have you back on the show? The last time I think was the Christmas special.
Yep, that was absolutely.
Yeah.
Christmas special.
And I can't thank you enough for the work you put into that Christmas show, buddy. That little special summary of the year, mate, was one of my highlights of the Christmas show. It was phenomenal. The work you're doing, mate, with your green room, we can see behind you. I was actually wondering if you were going to have some crazy special effect going on behind you for everything. Look at that. He could turn on all the lights in the room with just the push of a button. That's awesome, mate.
Cheers.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, no, thanks for giving me the opportunity, getting out there, and always sharing my stuff. It's fun to do that kind of stuff, So it's always appreciated when someone gets a chuckle out of it or whatever.
Scalespeeder, go get fucked. He just said my two favourite Kiwis.
Rob's here, is he? I'll bring up your chat. Hang on.
And we are joined tonight, ladies and gentlemen, by a very, very blurry Big Grampa who seems to be having a problem with his webcam focusing in and out.
It wasn't a second ago.
Mate, yeah, I know when we start getting older, mate, there's tricks you can do like soft lenses and that, but you're taking it to extremes there, mate.
Yeah. I don't. You can see my hand pretty good, but when I come back, my head's the best part.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, that's good now. That's good. How are you, buddy?
Good, thanks, guys. Great to be here. Appreciate you inviting me along too. Good job. Great channel.
Mate, I was excited when I heard about the project you've been working on, but we'll come back to that more later. We are also joined by a long-time fan of the show, ThatLad. How you doing, buddy?
Hello. I'm nervous as fuck, but I'm all right.
Well,
not doing too bad.
You've been quite secretive about why you wanted to come on the show. You've got a bit of an announcement for us, so we're going to come to you second. But it's good to finally have you on the show, mate.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I've been wanting to come on for ages.
Yeah, mate. It's actually quite humbling. The backlog of people we have who want to and have agreed to come on the show. We only have a small viewership, but it's again, like I said, it's quite humbling that so many people look to us for a good summary of finding out what's happening in the DayZ community, from other content creators to just regular players to even the dev team themselves. It's quite humbling for us.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, Marks couldn't make it this week. He's had an event organised that he's had to go to. He said he may pop in later, so keep your eyes open if his beautiful face pops in. But we were laughing before we started the podcast, folks, about how manly this podcast is. Every one of us has got the facial hair going on. Don, It is good to see you coming back with the beard, mate. I was quite shocked and appalled when you shaved it all off.
Well, it only takes me like about 3 weeks to get it back, you know. So you need to trim it every now and then, you know, just to make it grow more, you know.
Part man, part Bigfoot.
That's it. Yeah, this isn't even my final form, you know. Like
no, it's not. The reason mine is so narrow, it's not a style choice. It's just the fact that I have absolutely woeful facial hair. It's basically like pubic hair, patches just in the cheek area there. So. Yeah.
I thought you just went to Just Cuts or something, and got, you know.
Nah, man, there's
the special.
Nah, there's a good barber here in Brisbane at Rosalie, female chick who does the full shave and beard trim. So I don't trim it myself. I only let her. She's the only person who's allowed to touch my beard.
Yeah, that it's hard to find a good barber. Mine closed down due to COVID, so I was very
sucks though, doesn't it, man?
Yeah.
Grandpa, do you have a barber that you go to the most?
No, just myself. Well, with this hairstyle here, it's really easy to take care of. I just wake up in the morning, do that, and it's done every morning. So,
yep. So yeah, we will get into why we've got everyone coming on this week. So, Big Grampa, I first heard about your project probably about a month and a half, a bit longer than that. 2 to 3 months ago, and we scheduled to come in. And we did have you planned for last week, but we had to move you due to Mario's announcement. So do you want to fill people in, mate?
Alrighty, I'll just give you guys a little bit of back history so you guys understand. I was modding back in the 90s. Some of you guys here would probably remember, I'm a little bit older than you guys, but there was a game back then called Monster Truck Madness. And it went on to become EVO 4x4, which you guys probably remember from PS2. I was modding back then on Monster Truck Madness. And I actually built a map probably about 1998, I think it was. And the internet was like 33.6 and, penny 166 and all of that stuff. And I built a map which was based in Victoria, where I used to live. And it was really cool. And I thought, this is great. Well, when I found DayZ, I suddenly discovered I can redo this, but make it look realistic. So there's a place in Victoria called Rosebud. It's on the beautiful Mornington Peninsula. It's originally my hometown. It's a beachside community with hills, mountains, and everything else like that. So I sat down and started designing an entire real-life map. And she's pretty well about 80% there now.
Nice.
So I'm about to release it soon. And it's got a real Aussie flavor in a lot of ways. So,
sharks, spiders, snakes.
Centrelink and bogans.
And I'm not joking. Bogans.
That's not a joke. That's not a joke. It really is a Centrelink. There's really a Commonwealth Bank, and there's bogans. And I changed the actual zombies over to bogans because they're pretty similar. Anyway,
much the same, yeah.
Oh my God, that's awesome. Different.
So it's a real Aussie flavor. I got Aussie cars in it. So it's set in the 80s. So I know you guys here probably would love that idea.
Yes.
It's got Australian cars in it, Australian houses. A bit of everything.
You actually made models for the houses.
Yeah. And actually, some of the houses, I've got to give a shout out to Matt Ost. Matt Ost originally did some models way back for Armour 2, and he gave access to those, which I had to recode, reprogram, and turn all those into DayZ sort of functioning models. So my wife's been seeing the back of my head during COVID for about the last year.
Yeah.
So it'll be fun. Yeah, it's going to be a real Aussie thing, and there's even car radios which play.
Have you got any clips or screenshots you can show us? Any sneak peeks?
I think the only ones that I had were on my YouTube channel. I had some couple of shots on there, but I'm going to be releasing it in the next week or two, so I don't want to give away too much yet because I want people to sort of see what I've done. But it looks great. Look, the water looks nice and blue and sort of really welcoming. It hasn't got that grey jury kind of Cherno look. So it's a real difference. I think people will enjoy it. So something
I'm excited to see it.
Completely different. Yeah. It's good stuff. Yeah. So
and you've
gave me a bit of
what did you say the name was it of the map or whatever? What
Rosebud. It's
Rosebud,
called
right.
ROZEBUD.
Right.
So it's named after a place called Rosebud, where I originally was from. So it's been a labor of love. But here's the side thing on it. While I was developing it, I got so into building map making, people asked me how to do it. So I started the DayZ Academy, which is my website. which is www.dejaiz.com. And the DayZ Academy teaches anyone how to build a map and get a functioning map within a few hours that you can start building your foundations upon.
You need to add that link to your about page on your YouTube channel, mate.
Sure.
I'm just looking there now. And you've got a great description there, but yeah, that'd be a really, because that's something that you hear a lot of people say is, you know, how do I start creating a map? And the fact that you're doing, I can't salute you enough, mate. We need more people sharing their knowledge on this sort of stuff, because there's so many people who want to get into it. You know, like yourself with your XML stuff, Don. Which we're going to talk more about later. It's fantastic that you guys are sharing it. Yeah, I wish I had more technical skills. The only thing I'm good at doing is talking underwater with a mouthful of marbles. So that's why I do the fucking podcast. But you know, that's brilliant. I'm really, really stoked that you're doing this for people out there, mate. You know, respect.
Yeah. Well, it's blown up on the Discord just because I did one video on there, which is called How to Build a Map in Less Than 2 Hours demo. Now, that was just a demo. That wasn't actually a tutorial. It's had thousands of hits. That sort of drove all the traffic to me. And now people are like, how do I do this? I've got people from all over the world, you know, writing to me, you know, I've followed this and it's worked really well. I appreciate it. So the series, which I'm working on almost daily, to finish each weekly tutorial, will take you from or should I say D to Z. It's going to take you right through the whole gamut of how to build, right into some detailed stuff like how to build your own models and how to do textures and stuff like that. So yeah, I think we're going to see, if I'm hoping too much, but I think we're going to see a lot more new maps coming out according to the feedback I'm getting from people, which will be nice, you know, be good to see some.
Definitely.
Same ordinary maps.
I'll probably be having a look at that because obviously as a modder, I like to try new things. And map making is definitely one of them. I've always wanted to try and recreate like the area where I live, because there's a lot of forests, you know, it's like hills, like where I live, it's like in between like two massive hills. So I'd love to try and recreate that in DayZ. So I'll definitely be having a look at that.
Well, actually, I'm doing work for guys at the moment in the UK, an area called Barrow. So you're probably familiar with it. I'm doing all the area of Barrow for them at the moment, laying down the foundations for them. So it's fun. And that's www.dejaiz.com. That's the DayZ Academy. So there's the first tutorial up there, and the next one I'm just about finished and ready to do a bit of recording and throw it up. So.
Now, I did have a DM sent to me by another legend of the Australian DayZ community, even though he is actually a Kiwi. But he's one of those Kiwis that's so fucking good, we're just going to steal him and say he's an Aussie. But that's Spud messaged me, and he reckons that you should actually delay releasing your map by a few weeks while the Essica hype is still here. Wait for that to die down a bit.
Sure.
And I think he's actually got a really good point there. Give you a bit more time for some spit and polish, and because I know myself, I'm just stoked with Essica at the moment, but the thought of an Aussie map to play on, just running around and shooting some bogans, you know.
And every 2 weeks you get money in your Centrelink account. You got to get the Centrelink to get it.
I love that.
That's the Social Security office for all you guys in the US.
But does Dave hit you up to pay you back the 20 you borrowed from him?
That's it. You got to fight the bogans to get in there.
So everyone's be hanging around the ATM at midnight on the Wednesday night.
That's it.
For that to go through.
An ATM right on the front of the Centrelink. There's actually an ATM, and there's also every Aussie food you can imagine, and also beers, 4Xs, and
VB. It'd have to be VB.
VB.
Yeah.
A good old meat pie.
Got the meat pie. Got the Smith's crisps, chips, and I've also got.
You've really gone all in on this.
Yeah, no. You can tell I've been unemployed for over a year, can't you?
Well, on that note, do you have a link where people can donate to support what you're doing? Because I know with things like this, there's a lot of time you guys, to expedite the process, will buy models from and things like that. Is there a link where people can donate?
there's a Patreon page on my Discord channel.
Sorry, just a quick one. Did you see what Spud wrote in my chat? Kiwis banned from the Centrelink and get kicked off the server whenever they do anything wrong. But yeah, you were saying there's a link in your Discord?
Yeah, there's a Patreon link in my Discord,
Yep.
which I really appreciate it, guys. Either throw money to buy a coffee or support me or whatever you can would be great, because I do have server costs. I run everything through Vimeo rather than go through YouTube. I really can't stand using YouTube. So putting it on Vimeo means that, one, I can brand it, not have to deal with ads, and I can drop it straight on there, and it just seems a lot better. So
you need to have that in your About section on your YouTube channel as well, mate.
Really? Oh, okay.
A link to your Patreon.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm writing these down as we go because, there's so much you have to remember when you're doing this stuff.
I also suggest an OnlyFans where maybe you release some pics of a couple of buttons undone on that shirt.
I was just about to have a fucking sip of my cup of tea. Come on. Fuck's sake.
Yeah. So
what else have you done?
What's that?
What else have you been working on? Because I can see quite a few videos on your channel here.
Oh, there's a bit of everything I've been working on throughout there. I think, the last 12 months, I've really been on it just about every day, exhausting myself to figure out how to operate and use everything within Terrain Builder, Terrain Processor, Object Builder. Because there's no instructions, it's like a Rubik's Cube with 1,000 sides, and you've got to solve it in the dark. That's how it feels when you're working with Terrain Builder.
Mm-hmm.
So I've managed to work out a lot of techniques, and one of the techniques, which I think I've made hugely popular, is how to automatically import roads from a real-life map.
Really?
And dump them on. Wow. And it changed. Apparently, it was a game changer, because the moment I released how to do that, people started freaking out and going. People saying, one guy, I won't say his name, kind of get a bit hard on me, and he turned and said, "Oh, you'll never be able to do that." Well, the video was purely to prove you can literally in 2 hours. That one
like waving a red flag to a bull, was it?
It was. For me, it is. I was an ex-bouncer and everything else like that. So when someone challenges me, my natural reaction is, to do it. So I took when you boot up Windows, you see a screen that comes up with usually a pretty picture on Windows.
Mm-hmm.
One come up and it was this beautiful mountain called Sunny Pass, South Africa. So I thought, hey, why not just take that, jump in and show in 2 hours in live stream how I can actually do it, so I can prove it.
And you do these streams in your Discord?
I was doing them on Twitch, and I know I'd found out later that Twitch deletes them after a period of time or something. It's sort of like a limited shelf life.
So I saved or something.
So because I used OBS and it was streaming to both, so I managed to keep that 2 hour stream. So that video was just to show how it took a picture, turned a real map, and by the end, less than 2 hours, I actually am driving a vehicle through Sunny Pass on the roads without ever laying a single tile. Because if you're not familiar with Terrain Builder and building maps, BI made it so that you have to put every tile down of every road. So you put down a piece, then a piece, then a piece, then a corner, and it takes forever, and it's ridiculous. The method I found was using a real-life map program, which is free, QGIS, importing your data, pulling all the lines in, and then using a process that I demonstrate how to do it will dump all of your roads down, and within probably 20 minutes, 30 minutes, you've literally got all the roads laid down, ready to drive on. So it was, changed a lot of things for people.
You're actually pulling the data from, I know with Google Maps, they've got an API where you pull certain information. Similar sort of technique. It's it's not creating it from an actual image. It's just like the data for.
Well, it's an actual image. If you want me to share a screen and show you quickly, do you want me to show you?
Please.
Yeah. All right. I'm just opening up my QGIS. So there's a program out there called QGIS. Let me just load up and make sure I've got something in there to start with. Well, there we go. Let me see if that one's got it. There we go. Hit that button there. And now I guess I got to share the other screen, don't I? Share your screen. And I guess it just shares the whole screen. Doesn't give me an option. Okay.
I don't know, you can share a specific window or you can share screen.
Okay. Let me just have a look here. Just trying to figure out. So if I hit the button there, it says applications. That one says Discord. That one says screens. It doesn't give me an option for my main screen. That's odd. I don't know why that is. Yeah.
Boomer.
Yeah. Boomer. I'm hitting the share your screen, and it's only giving me application Discord. If I go to screens, it only shows screen 1. So if I hit screen 1, I guess it'll flick through, won't it?
Yeah.
I'll try. Okay, let me just try and see what happens so you guys can see. Let me flick across. Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay, so this is the lovely Mornings Peninsula and Rosebud and everything else. So this program is called QGIS. What it does, it allows you to mark an area on your map. Then using certain techniques, if we zoom in, you'll actually see the detail that comes up, right? So it's going to carry all of this detail into your map itself. Then by hitting roads and telling it to download, what it will actually do, it's sitting there now, it's going to go through, look on the OSM server, start pulling down.
Sorry, what's the OSM server?
Basically, that's it's a satellite system and a data system that shows every single road, but it divides the roads into types. So it's not just all roads. It'll be main roads, secondary roads, tertiary roads, dirt roads, tracks, paths, so forth, so on. When that's completed, you can see it's downloading. That will have actually downloaded and dropped a overlay of every single path, road, and track on that real place. Then once you're done, I'm trying not to talk over you guys' heads on this because it does get a bit complicated. What happens is once it's downloaded all that, you can download the height map, and your height map is going to be your the heights, you know, basically your topographical, and then it pulls a mask, and the mask is things like lakes and fields and stuff like that. When you're all done, you export it, use the technique I showed to bring it across to Terrain Builder, and it will actually then have all of those roads, everything in there to be able to start working on, basically. Does that make sense? I hope it does.
It does.
That does make sense.
So this, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that's fucking amazing. Like that is absolutely fucking fantastic. And I'm watching the chat, and I can see like Foxy and Sukan just taking it in, and it's you make it look so goddamn easy. I'm definitely going to have to look at that 2-hour video.
I wish it was that easy, but if I show you a demo here, this is the one that I imported for Barrow. So this might look familiar to you, but you see all of the lines?
Yep.
Yes.
Every one of those is a particular type of road, and when it exports it across, and then I bring it back in to Terrain Builder, I'll then have all of the actual. Let's see if I can bring it up here too. It'll actually bring up all the info with every road. Or is it the most used button on my screen? DayZ Tools. Hope you can see. Oh, did you see my car? You didn't see a picture of my car then, did you?
Yeah, look, yeah. Is that yours?
There it is.
That's your actual car.
Default Windows.
That's my daily driver.
Oh,
That's
dude.
beautiful.
Does it?
That's my
Please
daily
tell
driver.
me it's has the Firebird on the.
It did, but I had to sand it off because
that's sad.
the chicken started losing its feathers, so I'm about to respray it. So yeah, that's down there on the Broadwater down there in Labrador. So yeah, so here it is inside of Terrain Builder, and if we zoom in, you can see all the road tiles are laid down on there for me. And if I go into objects, shapes, all the roads are imported according to what type of road they are. So, and you can see they're all residential.
Oh,
You see that?
So the Terrain Builder accommodates for the real world different types of roads? Like there's a matchup? Like
No.
it matches up?
No, I made it do that.
Oh, okay.
If it doesn't work, make it do it. And even
Right.
the objects like the trees, if you see those green sections, all those shapes, most of them I imported from QGIS. So when you actually get in game, it actually shows all of the trees. I'll hit start, but it'll actually show all the trees, everything else like that. And then all you got to do really is just drop down your objects. You got to finesse a few roads. It doesn't like curves, really sharp curves too much. You got to, move the tiles a little bit. But
Right.
apart from that, a map like I've laid to lay all those roads for one person probably be about a year just to sit there and do tile by tile. Yeah, it's quite tedious normally. But so I come up with that method and a few other techniques and tricks I've figured out, which I'm sharing on the DayZ Academy. Because
A quick question: how does a bouncer end up developing computer skills like this?
I got sick of punching people in the head. Oh man, I've bounced in a lot of places. I've bounced all over Australia and the US. I lived in the US 3 times, and it just got to a point where dealing with drunk people, I don't know what's more frustrating, dealing with terrain builder or dealing with drunk people.
Hey Don, I think I've got someone who I need to ask to do a spotlight interviews, because it sounds like you've got a fucking ton of stories that I would love to delve into more, mate. Yeah. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. This sort of stuff. And again, yeah, it's stuff like this that makes me so happy that we've started this podcast, because you know, it's a great way for sharing information out there with people. Because, like I said, I'd never heard of you, but I'm seeing so many people in here that I respect myself saying this is unbelievable.
Like,
look at that.
So as you can see, we're in terrain builder, so you're not going to get all the ground clutter, which means all your grass and stuff. But as you can see, there's tracks are laid down, and you can see the roads are laid down. So this is, I think it's Purves Road. I know my way around this place so well. I think this would be Purves Road. Just zooming out. Yeah, there's a lot to it. Like you can see all the trees are all dropped in place. So most of it, because I worked out all these techniques, and I worked with the guy who created the add-on for QGIS, I managed to develop some really cool techniques that just make mapping so much fun. I think that's why my Discord blew up. That one video wasn't supposed to be a tutorial. It's just supposed to be a demonstration. This is Arthur Seat Road. If you ever go down the peninsula down there, it's a beautiful place. This is Arthur Seat Road. It's 315 meters above sea level. It rises straight up, and you can see that.
So it imported all the elevations and contours of the ground.
Correct. Yep. Then this is area for area exact. So if you play my game, I've actually got street signs, by the way, in my game. I've actually even labeled this, every single street and everything else. But you can have a look. Oh, here's my beach. You see the water's nice and inviting. And you can see I even textured the sand, so the sands have actually got textures.
Oh wow!
So it's a lot prettier than Cherno and that grey Eastern Bloc look that they've all got. And once again, if I put this inside of actual game where you see the ground clutter and the quality goes way up, this looks even better again. You can see Arthur's Seat there in the background. So yeah, that's.
Please tell me you're going to add sharks.
Oh, now I had someone talk to me about his building a shark, and I said, "Dude, if you can build a shark for me," I said, "I'll pay to do it," because that's definitely a must. That one.
So sure. Just trying to get my head around the process there. So you import a particular area, like we're seeing there, all the roads and the trees.
Yep.
And then I guess you would manually add in like buildings and assets, that kind of stuff.
Correct. Yeah. So what'll happen is I'm just trying to get my Doris Day effect to go away. You young guys would know who Doris Day was. Makes me look pretty when it's blurry. So it works. I'm setting up a whole tutorial on workflow, and the idea of it is what you should do and how you should do it. First thing is get your real life map, transferred down. Then from there you can start importing all your trees. You want to get down, obviously, all your roads, your trees, all your textures, because everywhere's not the same. It might be, say, grass here, it might be bush over there, forest over there, sand, mud, dirt, whatever it is, rivers. I've got a huge lake in there, which is quite enormous as well. Then once you've got all that foundation down, now you just start going through and dropping in your models. So you're going to drop in, say, start with your houses. Once you've got your town set up, then start working on the detail, things like, fences and sheds or whatever you're going to put in there. You can just add those things and build it up as you go. So
you're going to get some hype around this, because someone's in chat who is a very, very proud Victorian, Lax Hawthorne, and the chance to play on a map in his home state. I guarantee you that guy and his thousands of people who watch him, he's going to sell your dream for you in a big way.
Has he been a Rosebud? That's the real question.
I'll wait till he answers that. But
Yeah. But I've got XB Fords.
Yep.
I've got a Mad Max car. I've got HQ Hollands. I've got a Trans Am like mine in it, and I've actually got a motorhome. I actually own a 1973 GMC motorhome. You know the movie Stripes? You guys would.
Yes.
Remember the big motorhome they drove through
Yep.
Germany? Yeah, the 6-wheel. I've got one of those. So
That exact model.
Yeah. It's got a
That's
455 Oldsmobile rocket engine, so it's basically a muscle car with plumbing. It's nuts. It's insane. So that's in it as well. So you can carry a lot of people and a lot of stuff in the inventory inside the motorhome.
And again, you know, I know we're focusing on this, but it takes you back to last week, and with all these custom animations, and you've got something like a motorhome. Someone just said it before in here. Zombie Lee. The last 2 pods have created a massive amount of added potential to the game and its growth outside of the development. Lots to look forward to. Yeah, I had no idea. I thought you were coming on to talk about a map. And you're talking about people can legitimately create anything they want.
Exactly.
Yes, they're going to have to go in and do the detail, and you've done a lot of extra stuff in creating custom assets. Someone even said that in chat before. Something other than post-Soviet era assets in the game. Because I was asking people in the last week about that. How hard is it to create custom buildings? You know, ESTIC has shown what you can do with the existing assets and you know, still create a different feel. But my God, you know, I clicked on a clip before where you showed your Aussie pub, and it just looked fucking awesome being able to a different building.
Yeah, it's got Slim Dusty on the wall and everything, so it's got a real Aussie appeal to it. And then once you add the surly drunks to the bar, it looks even better.
Oh dear. I think in a few months, 6 to 12 months, we're going to see a lot of new maps based on real world locations, like a lot.
Yeah. Well, I'm already seeing it. See, my Discord, I think it originally had me, little grandma and grandson and another friend. And then when I released the video, suddenly it was like people started joining, and I think I get an average of 5 or something, or 7, you know, sometimes jumping in a day. And there's some big names in there, actually. Big shout out to Richie out there. I don't know if he's watching, but Richie is an absolute legend. He's one of the gurus of this thing as well. That he knows his stuff. He's a great guy to have on board. Flynn's out there. Red Dragon, she's in America. She's building her own real life map as well. And I think one of the guys that connected me with you was the legend himself, Dino's Beanos.
Yep.
He, guys, if you ever want to get a vehicle or anything done, this guy is probably the guy who knows how to make everything and teach how to do it. So having guys like that, having the support of a community is why I put it together. Because just a little story on it. Back in the 90s, there was actually, when I was doing the Monstruct Madness, there was a guy called KC Vales, and he did a actual website. Remember then it was like, I think it was like 16K to begin with, and we had 33.6K modems. But on that website, he had tracks and trucks, and he showed you how to make them. I remember I was inspired by him when I saw him and what he was doing. I started building maps back then. He unfortunately passed away, I think about 5 years ago. His website's still up. I think it's in one of my first tutorial video. I talk about the history of this. But he was such a legend that none of us ever forgot him.
Mm-hmm.
And then I suddenly went about 10 months ago, I almost walked away from this. This is the truth. I almost stepped away from all this because I was so frustrated. I formatted my hard drive out of just sheer frustration and said, forget it all. And my wife said, are you serious? You just deleted it all? I said, yeah. What I didn't realize, I actually had an external drive with everything backed up on it. So I installed Windows. About a month later, I went, I'm going to put that back on there. And then I said to myself, you know what? I was frustrated with the community. And I'm being really frank here with you guys. I was frustrated with the community that people seem to not want to give out or share. There was some real dubious people that were scamming people. And one guy paid $3,000 to get a map done. When he went to get the map, the guy said, I'll give you the map, but on the proviso that I get a percentage of every person who plays it on your Discord. And he held him ransom. Now, I know who this guy is, but I was like, that's not fair. So suddenly I went, you know what, instead of being part of the problem, I'll be part of the solution. So that's why I went to the trouble of doing everything you see, was really building this community and trying to give people information on how to build maps rather than everybody leeching. I thought, well, I'll give back. And so far, everyone's been reciprocated. Everyone's been so nice. People just helping me out. And so, yep, here's hoping, guys, that we end up with a bunch of really cool maps.
Can you share me a link to your Patreon as well? I want to add that to the command I have that pops up in chat, because projects like this, I'll be signing up during the podcast, mate, because this is the sort of stuff I fucking love.
Cheers, guys. I'll give you a link.
Foxypote just shared it.
Oh, did he? Oh, good on you guys. Because I can do anything with mapping and programming and software, but I tell you what, when it comes to Discord, I am absolutely clumsy and hopeless. I'm not joking. Do you know I can't even go back to the window we guys were talking on? I can see heads intermittently changing. Oh, there we go. Now I got it. Discord is probably more complicated than me doing half the stuff I do. Thanks for that, guys. Appreciate it. Look, anything you can do to help. I'm not out to make money on this or get rich on this, but it sure does cover the cost. And I said, I lost all my business about over a year ago. That's why I got into this. I'm an entertainer, by the way. I stopped bouncing quite a few years ago, and I'm an entertainer. So that was pretty well the first thing to be axed. Once the Rona came along, they kind of said, actually, I was hosting on the side of karaoke show up there at Springwood for a while, not far from Ipswich. So, but I'm actually a magician, so I was touring Australia and performing, but unfortunately, that all went to crap.
What's your stage?
Hey, stop for a sec. Stop for a sec. Guys, he's only got 4 fucking patrons.
That's all right. It's paying for the coffee. It's keeping me up here. I don't know what I'm doing this time of the morning. Eyes look like a smoking joint.
The other thing I want to say is, don't feel obliged, folks. People who subscribe to me on Twitch, and the money I earn from that, I'll show you guys.
Show them the website. Have you been to the DayZ Academy?
I'll go there in a sec. But I use the money I make to support a number of. I just like. You're talking about you being a boomer. I can't work out how to fucking view my list of. Let me see if this does it. So I support DayZ Battle Royale, Carlbot Wobo, Ocean Conservation Namibia. That's just my little bit of greeny sort of thing. Mr. Utah, Base Building Plus, Raelian, and now you as well. So, if people wonder where the money goes, because I've had people question me before. I'm on a military pension. I don't need the money to survive, but I try to put back into the community and support those who are doing things bigger. Don't feel bad if you can't do it yourself. But there's certain things that and this is just another one now that's just fucking blown me away, mate. Fucking believable what you're doing.
I'm glad.
It is fantastic. It's just, and we've all got to support each other in the community one way or the other, even if it's not financially, even if you're just spreading the word. Just more of that is just fantastic. So what you're doing, fucking props to you.
Thanks, man. Cheers.
Everyone in the chat who actually recognizes the significance of what you're doing is just gonna really, really benefit from that. And you're not gonna be like that fucking scam and twat you were just on about there. So that's fucking nice.
Is your Discord the main sort of people want to they're hearing about it for the first time? All right, where do I go to start? Just go straight to your Discord?
Yeah, everyone's going to my Discord, and that's pretty well where it's all sort of branched off from.
Yeah, fantastic.
Because I didn't have a Discord. It was actually Junior grandson, because we play online together, and he said, "You need a Discord. What's that?" And he hooked it up, and he said, "I'll be one of the moderators or whatever." And then that was just for him and I to talk while we're playing, and then it just sort of went to this, I guess. So I've kind of now understood the benefit of Discord. So I don't know if you can see the website there, but there's a bit of a. Is that coming up on your screen?
Oh, hang about. Watch stream.
Oh, hang on.
We're just seeing all the lovely echo.
Oh, yeah. Where's the echo coming from?
I think that's that top left, is it?
I believe it's the stream.
I liked it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, it's on there the thing. But yeah, look, Look, I just think it's. I've played Cherno, like I was playing it with Grandma last night till about 12:30. Don't know why I'm up this time on it, but she insisted on playing it. She loves playing, but you just get so bored with the same old, And I like to be able to read the signs, so instead of sitting there, Noven, Stroven, Mosk, and like, where are you?
Yeah.
I'm over at Burgess. I can't tell. So we kind of thought, well, an Aussie one will give people an easy way to read a sign. I mean, Frankston, Frank Afghanistan. Yeah.
This is awesome, mate. This is...
Cheers, mate.
Oh, Don, it's barely a fucking episode goes past and someone doesn't stun me with what they're doing, mate. I fucking love this community.
It's quite impressive. Like, the map that you're making, based on location, that's, fantastic and quite impressive. But then but here you can do this for whatever location you want as well.
Yeah.
So which is just like, it's just, like I was saying, that I think in a few months it's just you're gonna see like Newcastle or New York or something. You know what I mean? Other places like that. Yeah.
Yeah, please no. Please no. It's just gonna be big piles of fucking rubbish and yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, and adding those little.
I got the settling model if anyone wants it.
That's funny. Adding those little touches, I reckon,
we need to add something.
Localities, like little local nuances, and that's fantastic too.
And being set in the 80s, I kind of like, like who doesn't like a good 80s film? And I thought, well, era specific clothes, fashion, everything, the vehicles, the tunes, everything you hear when you get in a car. And
fluoro zinc, stonewash fucking denim.
There's no camo in this. It's purely fluoro.
Tie-dye shirts, yeah.
Yeah. And those heat ones we used to touch.
Yes, that only ever lasted for a couple of washes.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
And all the chicks would walk around with two hands on there.
That's it.
Yeah.
They were good days. They were good days.
You can tell
I was bouncing
around a
in
lot
Frankston
of
back then. I remember I was bouncing in Frankston back in those days, and oh man, I could make a movie just out of working there. That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
Dear.
Wish I had a time machine.
Well, it looks like you've gained another patron as well.
Really?
So, yep.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
I think Foxy just joined as well, and potentially someone else.
So, you guys are so kind. I really appreciate it.
No, we appreciate you, mate. And if a few bucks that can help buy you some coffees and that, particularly if you're not working at the moment as well.
Appreciate it.
Sakan's saying in chat you'll be getting another one after I make some tea. Thank you
so much, Sakan. I appreciate it.
I'm really happy that we can get people like you on and show some love back for all the work that you're doing for the community. This is mind-blowing stuff, mate. Mind-blowing.
Really, I don't know. I just came on to have a chat with you guys, and obviously I want to let people know about it, but it has been surprising the amount of feedback and support. I didn't think it would turn into this. You sometimes do things and they just evolve into their own beast sort of thing, so to speak.
But lad, we want more in DayZ. We want more from DayZ, don't we? That's why the last couple of podcasts have been so exciting.
Well, if you guys get a chance, have a look at the first tutorial on my website. When you get a chance, not now, but you'll see there's a history of modding, which I created. Now, the first one doesn't really go into modeling, but it tells you about how it started and so on and so forth, and whether you could do it or not. So I break it all down step by step. But the history of it, I don't know if you guys would know. You remember Wolfenstein?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So Wolfenstein originally came on the Apple IIe, about 1983, 84. The guys started modding on that. That's the first recorded mod. And they turned the Nazis into Smurfs. I'm serious. And it's called Castle Smurfenstein. That actually is the first official recorded
Did they
mod.
change the character to Gargamel?
I don't. Actually, I think there is Gargamel in it as well. Yeah, I think. But so that was the first sort of recorded history of a modding community that came together. Then it sort of hit off when they came out with things.
Sorry,
like
I have to admit as well, I thought Lady Smurf was kind of hot too.
Jesus Christ.
I couldn't stand it.
Neither can I, to be fair.
I got a baby brother, well, it was like 13, 14 years apart, and he used to love that show. I just was like, Smurfs again. Now it's Baby Shark with my grandnieces.
Now we've all got it stuck in our head.
I know, it's like a brainworm. It's as bad as Don't Worry, Be Happy, isn't it?
Oh.
But Yeah, so that was the beginning. Then along came Quake and Doom, and all those started building communities. And that was, I do go into history, but I also go into a history of DayZ and how it started. And Dean Rocket Hall, the original creator, the guy who was an ex-military Kiwi, by the way, shout out to you Kiwis, and was off in Brunei, and he was actually on a training exercise with the Malaysian army. When he got trapped in the jungle, he was basically starving. He tried to eat a couple of rotten fish, was eating ferns to try to survive, and eventually, vomited everywhere and lost about 25 kilos. He was laying on the ground, emaciated when they got him. They put him on the heli, and someone handed him a cookie, biscuit for us Aussies, and he cried apparently for an hour, but that created the impetus for DayZ. So once he came up with those ideas, he said, what about a game that was based upon pure survival, which was before pure,
And please remember this, folks. Everyone talks about DayZ's a PvP game. It was never intended that way. Dean created it as a survival game.
100%. And that's where it was. And did you realize that a couple of years ago, it was banned in Australia? You probably guys know that.
Oh yeah,
yes. Don and I did a couple of videos on that. Don fucking he was the goat on that. He actually got onto the fucking what are they called? The ratings tribunal.
I got into the sending a freedom of information request to the whoever the body is that does classification board. That's it, the classification board. Saying, well, I'm requesting the documentation that they submitted to see what the situation is. And got some. They were able to send me some information outside.
Twinkle Toes, it was banned because of marijuana.
Correct. So they didn't like the idea of having marijuana, but let's just ignore the senseless killing in Northwest Airfield. It's not so bad.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's perfectly all right.
But once they re-released it, it's okay. So now all Aussies can happily play DayZ while smoking bongs in real life. So
I think the issue was with the issue was with how the application was submitted, not so much like
it was a clusterfuck. It was that 5-star. It wasn't DayZ themselves. It was some company they engaged, 5-star or some bullshit like that, that did a half-assed fucking job of submitting it for classification. That got our fucking nannies and grandpas all upset in their ratings review of it. Apparently marijuana it described that it was going to have some sort of buff without a negative effect to characters, even though marijuana's not even in the fucking vanilla game. So go figure.
It's in the files, but that's about it.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Interesting. So bit of history on that. So it's kind of good. I like to give people a bit of back history before I start going through. And I built from the base upwards. Courses built from beginning going right up towards more advanced stuff, because people are coming in all the time. So rather than people are requesting, can you show me how to do advanced stuff? I need to step back. I need to come back to the base and say, if you're a beginner, here's what the first one, which I'm just about finished yesterday. That takes you through getting your computer set up properly for modding, which is the foundation of everything. So many people don't know how to extract files to make them work properly. They use the wrong method. All of that I break down so that people can start really from ground zero. You have to know nothing. Just follow my video, press pause. The download links will be below each video for any software. Just about all the programs are free too. If you've got Photoshop, great. If you don't, download GIMP. There's a few other programs which are all free as well. So,
has Dab's DayZ editor tool been handy for you?
Yes, I use DayZ editor tool a hell of a lot for checking things, thanks to that genius himself, Dab. That guy's head, incredible. Watched him work, watched him live code. He's a computer. He's a computer in front of a computer. Someone said he worked for SpaceX.
Yep.
Wow.
Yes.
It was interesting. I actually did a spotlight interview on him, which is now live on YouTube just the other week. And he was a CNC metal fabricator. So basically a computer nerd who programs the computer, and he improved the system that they use. He's just... he's borderline Rain Man when it comes to coding.
I've watched him for 2 hours. I watched him and I'm just like, oh man, this guy's incredible. Just the way his brain thinks in code. Literally, it was like he's thinking in machine code when he's doing it. I'm like, dude, is this guy stuck in Tron? How is he doing this?
Yeah.
Like, It's insane. I've seen some people impressive. This guy's brain is, these craniums on another level. Seriously, watch this guy next on his streams, guys. Even if you don't understand what he's doing, just watch the guy. And such a nice guy. He's very amicable. He's always responds, and just DayZ editor, as you said, getting back, fantastic. Look, it's early. It's only alpha beta release. It really does work for us examining. Say you do on a map, you want to quickly check it in real time. DayZ editor, jump in, throw a few buildings, test them, make sure they work, jump back out. You're fine. You can, test things out. So a definite, absolute tool, DayZ editor. It's in my tutorial that I just produced yesterday. So definite. So what do you guys use? Which maps are you guys mainly playing at the moment?
Eska for me right now.
Eska?
It was Nabalsk. I've gone down.
Yeah, I haven't actually been playing any map in particular. I've just been probably on Cherno, just editing XML and testing that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I think a couple of weeks ago, Boydie, how do you say it? Dino's Benos? Dino's
Benos?
Yeah, Dino's Benos. Yeah, he made the comment that he's got, like, I think it was 8,000 hours, but he's never played the game. Like it's just like getting in and testing it, and that's generated hours. That's sort of been me over the last couple of months. Like, haven't actually played it, just been in God mode, flying around, checking things are working and whatnot, that kind of thing. But as I'm doing, I'm like, oh God, I've got to get back and play. This looks so amazing. You know what I mean? Like,
so what do? You do XML, do you?
Just tutorials basically of late, for so it's coming from a point for console players. So console players have had access to private servers for the last year and a half, maybe, and but we only have access to the mission files, the XML. So no init.c access or area flags, that kind of stuff. Right. And so you're very limited as into what you can change. Number of loot and things of that nature. So I've just been getting in and spicing it up and combining a few different techniques to produce, like, oh, that's interesting. Just some funny things that server owners can add to
we've got some drama to talk about with that a bit later as well.
Oh, look,
what a fucking bunch of bellends they were. But is there anything else you want to share with us, Grandpa, before we move on to Lad?
No, not unless you want to ask any specific questions.
No, I'm going to save that because I'm going to do a spotlight interview with you, mate. You sound like a fascinating guy. That's
what my wife said.
Yeah, we'll tee up a time and sit down together for a few hours and just talk in more depth about everything you're doing and give you a bigger platform than just a spot on a dodgy podcast with a guy with one tooth missing from the front of his mouth.
Is that you talking about yourself? Yeah.
It's been fucking 6-7 months, man.
How to check?
DVA is shitting me to fucking tears. It's taken. I love DVA. They look after me, but for fuck's sakes, mate, I look like an inbred fucking bogan. Come on, give me a fucking tooth again, you wankers. Lad,
after all
what do you got for us?
I'd get a fucking gold tooth.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about a nice shiny gold tooth, but then I watched Schindler's List the other day, and fuck that.
My friend makes his own teeth.
He what?
Yeah, no, I thought it was a joke. And he said to me, I make my own teeth. I said, how do you do that? He said, you go to JCar. JCar is the place that sells all computer stuff. Electrics. And he said, you go in there's this little bag of 3D beads, heat beads, right? And then like $10. He said, you take the beads, you might be doing this. He said, you put them in hot water and they go really soft. And within about a minute, they go rock hard. He said, what I do is I make a fake tooth. He's actually got two he needs to make. I shape it. He said, I push it in there, get it right, and within a minute it goes rock hard and it stays in place.
Oh, Jesus.
And he said, then he pulls it out and he goes, I soak it in tea because tea colors it the color of his teeth. Oh, and when he smiled, I didn't really notice that it wasn't. He just pulled it out and it was just this, $10 bag of 3D beads.
That's fucking class.
No,
the more you know.
My wife was missing one back here a while ago and we're trying to get her plate fixed. So we made one up for her and it
Guess what I'm asking for my birthday?
3D beads and JCar.
Oh.
Cheap dental.
So come on, lad, wow us. What's this big surprise you've had for me, mate? I don't know a single thing about what you've been working on.
Well, I can't fucking top him. Like, fucking hell. So, I mean, Oh fucking hell! I've been bustling with ideas, like so much stuff that I've been doing. You know, the stuff I've been doing. I've posted on Twitter, like the GPS mod, which I want to do.
At least you guys have got the ability. I have ideas all the time, but I have nowhere near the ability to carry it out. Luckily, I know smart people.
Yeah, and ZombieLate, no, I'm not having an OnlyFans. Fuck off. So, fuck, where do I start? Fuck. So I've got a bit of a portfolio behind us. I'm on the Winter Chinaris team. I'm in charge of creating the winter sat map, so everything looks, actually, nice. It doesn't take too long. The last guy who did it, they buggered off somewhere. I don't know what. Mass asked me to do it for him. So I was like, yeah, okay, that's fine. So that was like my first major project, kind of getting involved. Then I got involved in New Dawn DayZ, which you're very familiar with, Boydie. And Mass got me involved into a second server called Hooligans, which is where me and Mass work on directly. He's been trying to keep it a bit quiet, but fuck that. I'm publicizing it. Fuck you, Mass. So, but we work on 3 separate servers. One's a channel server. We have an Amalsk and Essica. Our Essica server is really starting to pop. It's such a wonderful map, and I really cannot wait until it's finished. What the Essica team have done with that map is just, as you said, with what they've done with like current assets, it's just,
yeah,
fucking rip on performance though. Jesus Christ. But the major thing that I am working on is I'm working with Mass on MMIO for his next future update. He asked me to completely redo all of his weapons for him, which I've posted in his Mass Overhaul channel on the New Dawn DayZ Discord, because they look terrible. Well, I think they look terrible, if I'm being so honest. And I've only been doing weapons for like a couple of weeks, and they've gotten a lot of publicity. People really like them. So I thought, oh, fuck it, I might as well get into it. And if you want, I can show you a couple of images. Yes. So I shall put them in the DayZ Pics channel so other people in the future can have a look. So for a comparison, I will get the old PPSKN image. So this is what this looked like in the past. You can tell with all the shading, it looks very bright. It looks a bit weird. You can see all the weird lines and vertices. So I went back to it, and where are you? There you are. And if I need, there we go. Is that the right one?
So just
2 seconds.
A bit of feedback I had was a lot of people do listen to the audio version of the podcast. What are we looking at here? Okay, so the PPSKN is a fictional AK. It allows for US attachments, Picatinny attachments. The old version would only allow a ghillie wrap, I believe, and like optics like ACOGs, red dot sights and whatnot. But the new version has completely new SMDI, which is in charge of its reflectiveness and how shiny it looks. The shading has been completely reworked from the ground up. It features new textures to it. They look very similar to the old ones, but I'm very, very I wouldn't say good with textures, so I don't want to like kiss my own ass, but I do have a way around them. And I added a what's the word? Support to work AK suppressors. I'm able to basically go into all of his old guns and completely redo them from the ground up, because with a mod with over 1 million subscribers, it's really good that there's continued developments and continued updates, and the standards constantly increase every time. So I'm in charge to help him to do that. That looks stunning. I honestly, Don, DayZ need to fucking contract some of these people to do some more work for them, don't they?
Like, this is the thing with the mods, you know what I mean? Like, it's all available for server owners to place on. That's the beauty of the modding community, isn't it?
But to get some of this stuff over to console as well, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's another
yes.
thing altogether, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I will say I genuinely feel sorry for the console players because I feel ever since the console version ever came out, they've been shafted. They like to be honest, against Bohemia, the console version DayZ was a cash grab. I feel it was unoptimized. I played it myself. It was just did not play good. And even with the current generation consoles, the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5, they do run better, but DayZ on console can be so much better. And I just hope that Bohemia Interactive start to realize that and start to push more development towards there, alongside obviously PC, because we all know that DayZ is starting to, I wouldn't say falter, but it's starting to show that Bohemia Interactive isn't really caring too much, especially with Arma Reforger around the corner. That's what I think, at least.
I think when it comes to console and DayZ, I think they're working within limitations as well with Microsoft and Sony, you know what I mean? So
I think PlayStation's the worst of the two, isn't it? Microsoft at least allows allowed early access, and also
they've got the test server, and you know, on the PlayStation you've got like the name of the person's audio coming up their gamer tag. I think that was a requirement by Sony to have that. I'm not sure why, but I think, you know, with the two sort of consoles, there's certain limitations that's just that they can't go past. You know what I mean? Whether that be security or performance or something like that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's always some kind of caveat that always gets in the way of making like the proper version that it should be, you know, around. And I'm just looking at chat, and Gatabaz is asking about the animation tools. So Mass and I, you know, we do all of this out of our own free time. We do it for free, but we don't have the knowledge for animations quite yet. Mass and I have talked a little bit about learning to get into it. So maybe there is a chance that we could have new animations for all the guns, and because it's very limited. You know, some guns, the proportions are a bit weird. So, like, when you're trying to, like, take the mag out the gun, half your hand is in the magazine. It's like, that's a bit weird. I hate it. But we're always looking to learn. I mean, this time last year, if you would ask me to make any kind of model, not a fucking clue. Didn't know how to code. Didn't know how to do anything like that. Textures, I don't fucking know. I don't have. What do you want me to fucking do? Like, I had no idea. And it was actually thanks to Dumpgra and Mass and so many other people who taught me how to do modding for DayZ. You know, it's my first ever game to do modding for. It was mind-boggling. In fact, my first proper mod I ever made was my flashlight mod, which I have posted pictures in the past in the DayZ pics. The main part of that mod is an elbow flashlight you can stick on the chem light slot for your backpack. And I'm gonna add a hotkey to it in the future, but it adds a strobe flashlight, it adds a small one. I'm going to be doing a bit more. I'm going to be doing placeable lights in the future. So, you know, if you don't want to have a fucking loud power generator in your base, you can just have this small light, just press it, switches on, sorted.
Oh, nice.
In my mind, Don, I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking, just imagine if all of these great minds got together. You know, you were bigging up Inclement Dab before, Grandpa, and yeah, we've got Dumpgra, we've got Arkansas, we've got Jacob Mango, Daone, Lad, Mass, Helkiana, Dance with Jesus, and just so many of these people, if they got together and they worked on a project together. Like, we saw what happened with Namolsk when three great minds, Helkiana, Inclement Dab and Sumrak, and there was a few others, Lieutenant Masters as well, I believe. But just, if all of these people got together, can you imagine the project that they could drop on us? I think it'd fucking reinvent this game. Just let them, they say start a Patreon. We chuck them money and we say, do your worst. Show us what you're capable of. And just this whole custom, almost like DayZ 2.0. Sakan just said it in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've always been interested in completely reinvigorating DayZ as it is, because it's obviously coming from the modern days, which, I was actually I was watching a video about it like a couple of weeks back, and I was looking at it and I was like, it looks so fucking terrible. Like, obviously 2012, Arma 2, of course it's going to look fucking terrible. And I look at where DayZ is now, and obviously the game does look beautiful. But I've always felt, coming from alpha to beta into current version, DayZ's lost a part of itself. It's either with the movement system or how the game looks in general, but it has lost a certain feel to it. I mean, probably it's the clouds. I think like the volumetric clouds is a big part of what DayZ was back in the day. The atmosphere, at least. So I've always been interested in trying to learn how to do something like that, to create a mod to put something like that back in.
Someone needs to create a ragdoll mod with the animation tool.
Yes.
Ragdoll, like
yes.
I think the losing of a part of it is a lot to do with the features that we've lost, such as the bow and arrow, ragdoll, volumetric clouds, things that we had, and
yes,
we don't even know if they're going to ever add back into the official version of the game again.
No, I mean, I really hope they do. I mean, DayZ, I think back in alpha, even though functionally it was terrible, visually it was stunning. I mean, back then I was doing like picture artwork, like I was taking screenshots and editing them, which I still do. I use them for loading screens. In fact, DayZ Rearmed uses my shots for their loading screens, as well as Foxypote server Blackout. And the game, how do you put it? It is a really good game. I mean, we're fucking repping the shit, so of course it's a fucking good game. But it's still got quite a bit to go to reach to that point where it is finally DayZ completely. At least that's how I feel. I'm probably not wording it right. I'm not very good at this kind of thing.
Have you played Coops and Daone's old school DayZ server?
I have not. I've not even heard of that now.
Yeah. So have you played it, Boydie?
No.
Jumped on it. It's like I haven't. I'm first time I experienced DayZ was coming into console. But their attempt to give back that old school vibe, like from the loading screens to the sort of the color and the feel of the game. Mm-hmm. And recreate old locations. Just thought I'd give that a plug, and people want to jump on there and see what they think about that one. Old school DayZ, OSD.
I'll have to definitely look into that, because I mean, Cherno as a map is just completely dead to me. I don't play in any server with that map now. Ever since Nemos came out, that was my primary map. That map just completely blew my mind, and I still love it to this day. And then Asuka came out, and I was not convinced by that map at all. I thought it was just going to be a flop, because it wasn't finished. It's clearly not finished, and I thought they've released it too early. Not going to play it. And then when I actually got into a server with it, I was completely blown away. But to have the chance to go back to, at least in a sense, what DayZ used to be, I'll gladly take that. Fuck yeah.
I did a bit of research on that, actually. The Infusion engine and how they developed and why they changed certain things from Arma through to DayZ. And a lot of it was actually just done to be able to speed up the actual the game itself. So there was things that had to drop. This in my first video, I think I did a little bit of brief info on that, and they dropped certain things in order to increase the load so that servers would run better with higher numbers. So what people don't realize, I know people bag the Infusion engine. I hear a lot of stuff. It is a really good engine. It's really robust. It does a lot. And they originally designed it, actually had, it's true, they actually had modders in mind. So there's a lot of features in Infusion which they designed it with modders in mind. They didn't really kind of stick with a lot of that. But there are features there that were designed specifically for people who want to modify and make things really different. I think to an extent you can bring back some things. I hear a lot of people comparing Arma to DayZ, but yeah, you got to lose in one to gain in another, or it works both ways. That's the hard sort of compromise we've got with that engine. But we're many years down the track, and GPUs and processors have gone up heaps more. Bulldozer, by the way, the one we preview all of our maps on, that's only on a single core. That's why it takes like 2 minutes to load, because they never changed it for multi-core. So when you're loading up Bulldozer, you usually got to have a cup of tea or something to wait for it. I've heard of 10 minutes. I've actually heard of people say it takes 10 to 15 minutes. I said, yeah, well, back up, format your hard drive, reinstall Windows, and it'll work again. Don't ask me why. So, but yeah, it's a shame that they, some of the features I've seen in Armour, I'm like, wow, that would be nice. Like lighting, animation and lighting, certain lighting and effects that were in Armour that I know because I've taken scripts from Matt Ost, and then I've had to rewrite the entire, codes, because there's codes in there that DayZ won't respond to. They're not part of that process anymore. So, which is a shame. Yeah, I know what you're saying. But for one good thing, you lose, you get one bad thing. It's give or take. It's unfortunate.
Yes. I mean, with the current iteration of DayZ and its engine, or engines, because obviously it still uses a mixed match of different stuff. It's really interesting in how they've actually managed to get everything to work, at least to me. It's really, really interesting, and I'll reiterate what Inclement Dab said on his spotlight. Once Armour Reforger comes out, backport that to DayZ, make DayZ full infusion. That would be an absolute goddamn game changer for the entire game. Yeah. And DayZ should be cherished, considering what it spawned back in the start. People think about like Call of Duty Warzone and Fortnite and stuff like that, and PUBG. If it wasn't for DayZ, those games wouldn't exist. Not a chance. When you really think about it, because of the Battle Royale mod. And it's just absolutely brilliant. And I really do hope that Bohemian Interactive do keep chugging along with the game. I do think they need to refocus some of their things to get back the old features. That's all, like, and especially bow and arrows. Everyone's crying out for them. Just fucking bring them back so everyone will shut up, please. Honestly, every time I see like them post on Twitter, it's like that you got Spaggy, which is like, what about Xbox? And then you have some twat like, where's the bows and arrows? It's like, for fuck's sake, come on. Yes, bow and arrows are cool, but just get over it.
I think GMC. I was playing GMC the other night, and it had crossbows in it.
Yeah, I was going to ask. There's mods with crossbows and all that sort of stuff, isn't it? Yeah.
Really good weapon too, because you get all your things back.
I know of one mod that do have bows, but they use the AK reload animation.
Right.
Which is it's like fair. I guess technically they're back, but not fully. But I mean, I love DayZ with all my heart. Like I've just recently cracked over 3,000 hours.
Wow!
And the last 1,500 have been modding easily. so it's like, but I do hope that DayZ obviously continues, and the modders make it. I don't want to toot my own horn, but some of the stuff that I've made, and especially the Winter Chinaris, and I've seen a lot of people in the community like praise that mod, and they're praising how good it looks. It's like, I helped make this. Yeah, sure, I wasn't there at the start, but I helped this project continue on, and it's brilliant. But oh shit, don't fucking break the mod. Don't break the mod. Fucking hell.
Yeah, just quickly, we have a raffle going now, folks, for a copy of DayZ and the Livonia code. Anyone can enter. I encourage you guys in the podcast with me to enter as well. If you win it, you can give it away to whoever you want. That is for PC, DayZ, and Livonia, and this is thanks to the DayZ dev team. So, yeah, got a few copies to give out. So we'll do that throughout the course of the interview or the podcast. But yeah, just type !raffle space 100. And provided you've got enough points at the Boomer Cred for the channel, that'll get you 100 tickets with an extra 10 for subscribers to the channel.
Just pasted your Twitch channel in my chat on YouTube, Boydie. So if anyone watching my stream want to go on the draw, jump over to Boydie's Twitch channel. We're streaming. He's streaming right now as well. Want to go into the raffle?
And for my crew, if you're watching, guys, come along, check it out. The boys at the DayZ podcast, and check out Boydie's channel. I think I put the link there in my general chat. So
got to be a follower of the channel, folks. Make sure you hit the follow button.
Hit the follow button.
Oh yeah.
And I don't have a crew, so
You do have a crew, mate. I'm seeing the amount of people in chat who are saying that you are a legend as well, mate. So you kind of downplayed yourself a bit before. I know Grandpa kind of dropped a big fucking nuke on us all with
what
but don't downplay what you're doing as well, mate. It's the same as, you know, Don's probably sitting there thinking, geez, all I'm doing is playing with some XML codes. But you know, you're breaking fucking new ground as well, mate. You're stuck with that trader shop. You know, someone even said it in our chat before. The stuff you're doing for console, even people on PC are learning stuff from you as well, mate. So all of you guys, I'm just a fucking mouthpiece who's able to broadcast you guys to a bigger audience. Yes, but let's not go on to that topic again, mate. I got fucking roasted for that the other week, didn't I?
That's what I've had again. Fucking hell.
Oh,
I mean, I have been involved in like so much that I'm forgetting. Like Foxy, you know, I've helped him with his server. Another server, Chinaris, is full, and they have ribbons to raise awareness for mental health and epilepsy and stuff like that. And I helped create the ribbons and done all the config work for that server owner, and just gave them to him like, look, you've wanted it, here you go. I don't want any money for it. Have fun, you know. It's something that's really fucking cool, and you know, I've worked on Dumpgraz's forging mod. I've worked on his ammo mods, like his ammo making mod. I've done textures and whatnot for him. I've done models for his forging mod, which, by the way, extensive mod. Holy shit, but really fucking satisfying once you actually get to the fucking brains to it. And the modern community, when I first got introduced, was in a very different state than it is now. Definitely. Not many people were forthcoming with their information. Not many people were actually really willing to help. And Dumpgra came to me about an idea that I had for New Dawn DayZ, which is like solid fuel tablets. And he taught me how to make them, script them, everything like that. Got it to work. I was like, oh, fucking get in, which is then when I moved on to the flashlight mod. And ever since then, the more and more people that I've come across have just been so nice and so helpful. And if you do something wrong, they're more than happy to tell you you're doing something wrong. But they're more than happy to help you fix what's going on. Like, I had a mod which I use for New Dawn DayZ and Hooligans called a drying rack. And you are supposed to craft it with just 3 long sticks, and you can dry your food without the use of cooking. And as a part of gameplay, it only lasts for 15 minutes. Obviously, realistically, it takes a lot longer than that, but you don't want an actual player to wait God knows how long just to fucking dry your meat. And had no idea how to code it. Not a fucking clue. Got in touch with Inclement Dab, he sorted it out within like an hour. Just, I was completely mind blown with just his kindness for that. And it's just brilliant. So
that's what makes this community, is when people help each other, you know.
Yes, definitely.
It was more like that back in the day in the 90s. It was people helped each other. But I just found, it was harder and harder. People come in and ask information, but they demand it, and then they don't really want to contribute. So yeah, I know what you're feeling. It's nice when people connect.
It really fucking is, you know. Especially we've brought this up a lot of times lately, Don. But especially with all this pandemic bullshit, even though we've been very lucky here in Australia, but it's great seeing people reaching out and connecting, and you know, for the most part, it's a pretty fucking positive community. The amount of times, you know, sometimes I'll jump in my Discord and I'll just be sitting there playing games on a day when I'm not streaming, and I'll have the likes of my mate Brendan, Sinbad, or Dumpgra and fucking Lad will come in and just chat with me for just a bit. It's awesome. And the 5% who aren't positive Sukan can go and get fucked.
I mean, yeah.
Don's getting ready to back out. Whoop, nah.
Well, see that's the thing. Like, as a modder, and even as any kind of like content creator, you are going to run into those bad people, and I certainly have. Yeah. But I just don't see the points in, how do you put it? It's like, obviously when they're trying to be a complete and utter twat to you, they want to get a rise out of you. And all I do is just show them positivity. It's just like, you're not going to get a fucking rise out of me, mate. Like, at the end of the day, we're all in this. We all play the same game. We all play it for a goddamn reason. If you didn't like the game, you wouldn't fucking play it. Then, so, yeah, sure, you might be giving me shit, but I don't fucking care. I don't care. You can give me as much shit if you fucking want. And I know for a fact I'm signing my own death warrant saying that online, but I just don't fucking care. Like, I make shit because I want to make shit, you know? I don't expect praise. I don't expect money. Not like I get much money anyway. But I just do it because I want to. Yes. And that's all I need.
Give yourself more positivity. I can be a negative fucker, you know? The older you get, Grandpa, the more you start to realise the realities of the world and things like that. I'm going to share something. I've been spamming it on my Twitter recently. But I want to share a Twitter account with you guys, and it has restored a lot of my faith in fucking humanity. And it's particularly relevant as, you know, I guarantee 99% of the people watching this are men. I know my my audience from my YouTube dynamics, but seriously, follow this fucking Twitter account. This Twitter account has restored my faith in humanity. Dudes posting their dubs. Now, you look at the title and you're thinking it's going to be shit like, man, I got fucking laid last night. I was up to fucking here in pussy and all the rest of that sort of shit. It's not. It is some wholesome fucking shit. Look at this. Florida man punches alligator to save dog's life. I'd fight tooth and nail for him. How to tie a tie. Mirrored slowly, and then you read it. It's a video, and it's a guy saying, I've been watching this video for 6 years. Every time I have a wedding to go to, I'll check it out, as for whatever reason I just can't remember how to tie the knot myself. Today I'm watching it the day before my own wedding. Time flies. What a fucking feel good channel this is, guys. Good. There's just, there was one about this guy here, some Russian fucking priest, and he adopted all the children in a town that parents have abandoned and rejected. He's got kids who had HIV at birth, born with disabilities or development problems, and they all call him daddy, and now they're all starting to get to an age where they can come back and help him with what he's doing. This sort of stuff, man, I'm getting goosebumps now just talking about it. I know we're off the topic of DayZ, but this is a Twitter account that you all need to fucking follow. As men, God, we cop so much fucking shit lately. Men are the fucking evil and the devil and all the rest of it. And you know what? We're all human. We're capable of fucking up every now and then. But for the most part, we all want to end up on dudes posting dubs. Doing something good.
I mean,
good.
We've all got to share the love. We absolutely have to. Like, no matter what age, no matter what kind of person you are, just share the fucking love. It doesn't make you any less of a person. And I know there's a lot of people who are afraid to be that kind of person, but there's just absolutely nothing wrong with it. And seeing that kind of stuff it's heartwarming. It's brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, there's less of that in the world, and obviously COVID has changed a lot of people's mental frames. So people are I've noticed my neighbours live in a very close community, and everyone's sort of complaining about the neighbour's dog and barking. Nice beagle, but I went over and spoke to her. She's not very well, so I just take the dog for a walk every day for her, and I get exercise, and the dog gets exercise, and dog doesn't bark anymore. Everyone else is trying to fill out a form to get the dog put down, and all I did was take the dog for a walk, and now I go over, the dog gets excited, and I realize the dog's, she's got a severe disability, so she can't often leave the house. So, you know, and I'm blowing my own trumpet. I'm just saying, well,
It's
like
so
you said
simple.
before, instead of me being
Yeah.
part of the problem, how can I be part of the solution? What can I do? And take the dog for a walk, because you know what? It gets me off my ass and gets me walking for an hour along these beautiful rivers here in Coomera, where I live, and get a bit of sun, a bit of chance to think about what I'm going to do next on DayZ. So, you know, it benefits everybody, and it doesn't take long to. I got a great community. I love my neighbors, and you know they love me. We just give each other food. We knock on each other's door and check on each other, and you know it doesn't take much. You know,
it really doesn't. Like over here, because obviously COVID hit the UK really fucking hard.
Yeah.
And you know, but we've all felt the effect of it. Like ever since the start of the pandemic, you know, because my family's like was at high risk, and technically they still are. It was up to me to go out to do the shopping, to do everything like that. I had to do the shopping for my grandmother and my eldest brother, and it was just up to me to do that kind of stuff. And you know, doing modding on the side, it was really great because the only true reason I ever had time to do modding is because of the pandemic. And after my brother fell off his bike and broke his leg and, well, mainly his ankle, you know, I took a step back from modding to full-time help my family, and I still sometimes do. I'm still practically their carer, and I still have time to do modding, and I'm just fucking hoping that things start to settle down properly soon so I can get out there and get a goddamn job. Like, as much as modding is fantastic, you can't make a living off of it unless you just can't, right? At all. And as much as I love modding, I don't want to be sitting here in my room all the time. I want to get back out there, and I want to get working. I want to fucking help me fucking goddamn family, for Christ's sake. So, but it wasn't until the pandemic came about that I actually realized it was like an awakening moment. And before that, I was a little bit of a sour bastard, to be fair. I mean, but it has made us realize, and you know, I'm a much more positive person because of it. And it's brilliant. And like I said before, we've all just got to share the love. We just have to, especially these days. I mean, God knows it's, you never know how the pandemic these days have truly affected somebody.
I think the pandemic has also shown us our own mortality, which most people take for granted. I've lost in the last 8 months 6 friends, none of them to COVID, not one of them. My business partner and friend, she died in December in hospital, and I've lost 5 other friends. Now, you know, I've always had a understanding of my own mortality because I spent the first 10 years of my life in hospital, but this did wake a lot of people up who never really considered it, of just, you know, I could go tomorrow, or I could lose the person next to me. So, you know, it really has changed some people's attitudes for the better, because they suddenly went, you know what, those things I thought were important, you know, like having this car or getting the plastic surgery, whatever, people suddenly went, you know what, I'm just happy to be sitting next to the loved one and having a meal together, and be able to ring my mum and tell her I love her because she's still around, you know. And it does, you're right. And once you start to reframe things, you start to see things for what they really are. It does open your mind to, wow, you know, the world suddenly becomes a reality where you go, it's not this fantasy TV soap or some kind of, you know, stupid Kardashian thing. No one really cares about any of that stuff anymore. You notice people really turned off the Academy Awards and all the rest of that because people just couldn't care. You know what? We're losing everything, and we're watching a bunch of rich people hand each other trophies.
I don't know about you guys. How many times have you gone back and watched Ricky Gervais' fucking speech? Oh my God, that guy! I would have his children. I love him. He calls it as it is. He's just the fucking bomb. Yeah, just come up, take your award. No one wants to hear. No, I don't want to hear your fucking opinion. You can act. Shut the fuck up. Say thank you to God, thank you to Mum, and fuck off.
I don't think he was joking, do you? Was he? I think he was just
not a chance.
Got to respect that. That would only come out of a prominent Aussie. I'm sorry. Most people wouldn't be that frank.
Now, this one on the screen, if this doesn't bring a fucking tear to your eye, I don't fucking. You are not human.
No, I can't. No, I can't. I'm not fucking crying on stream. Fuck off.
I literally had tears in my eyes. This guy tattooed the last message his daughter. This is the sort of, whenever you start to get down and think the world is all fucked and full of people. You know, I follow people on Twitter who are so angry about politics and all the rest of it. Forget that shit. That is a small thing. At the end of the day, regardless of who's in government, you're going to have a roof over your head. You're going to have power coming to your house. You're going to have water coming out of the tap. There are people like this guy out there in the world. How fucking awesome is that? And I love the fact that he tattooed it so that it's when he sits down, he can read the message. Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah. This Twitter account, guys, it's restored a lot of my faith. I check it daily. There's so much other shit on fucking Twitter and all the rest of it that you can easily get disillusioned with it. But a simple little Twitter account like this, dudes posted their dubs, is... I've got fucking alerts turned on for this one. I want to know when they post something because it makes me feel good.
Yeah.
It is nice to be nice, guys.
It is.
It is.
True.
Okay. We are almost an hour and a half in and we haven't even started on the actual agenda. You two guys have been fucking amazing. Absolutely amazing with the stuff you're doing. Lad, I can't wait to see more of that sort of stuff, mate. Like I said, Don, just imagine if all of these people got together and did a big project together. And I know people would talk about, that's what Expansion Project tried to do. But I think a lot of the people involved in the Expansion Project learnt a lot from that. It was ambitious. It was fucking, it revived DayZ. I remember seeing people say, Expansion saved DayZ for a while there. And I'd like to see them do it again. Don't let one little misstep stop you from doing it again. Get back to it. Get together, folks. Let's see what you're capable of as a massive fucking team.
Well, that's actually what extended the life of Wolfenstein 3D was that the modders came on board. Yep. So rather than being a 1 or 2 year, it extended for years on end, as did Monster Truck Madness and EVO 4x4. They didn't expect to get more than a couple of years, and it went on for like 10, 15 years. Still, some of those communities are still running. Mm-hmm. So modding actually helps contribute to the extension of the life of an actual program that normally would only have a couple of years shelf life before a new game comes along. So the more people jump on board, the more we see new stuff, the more the game doesn't lose interest. People go, look, that's something new. Expansion, as you said, that changed a lot of things for a lot of people when Expansion came out.
Yes.
So it's good. Yeah. It's great. Modding communities make it worth it.
The sharing of information there, like the DayZ modding Discord, places like that.
And it's a passion too. Once you get into something like yourself, you really enjoy it. It's kind of like, I don't really want to play another game or do anything else. I just want to, learn this and build this and have fun with this. And as my motto is, build it, play it. That's my motto for the website. The idea is dream it, whatever you can imagine, build it, and then play it. And that's as simple as that. And when people realize they can do that, I'm not that smart, but I can lift heavy things, as I always say.
That's one of my
and I know I look like Stone Cold Steve Austin and all the rest of that. But having said all that, I realize if someone like me can do what I've done, I don't think there's going to be too much trouble for most people to be able to do it. So, I just want to see some really cool stuff come out, especially cars. Look, I've seen every gun under the sun. And every time we jump on, I've got a new gun. I want to see some new cars. I want to see some new AI, Someone who's going those. I mean, Dino Benos he did zombies. He's actually done horses and bicycles.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Which is really cool. I mean, you got to put a radiator in the front of the horse, which is strange. But
it's just armor. That's all it is. It's just a piece of armor. It's fine.
Why not?
See, and it's stuff like that. It is absolutely fantastic, and people do shit like that. God fucking damn, I can't talk. People share the love and people share the information, and it's really, really good. And I know, there's a lot of stuff there now are outdated. There's more optimized ways to put it. And I worked with Dumpgra when I was like mainly doing New Dawn, when expansion came out for our server, we soon realized it was not fitted for a hardcore survival server, which is what New Dawn is. It's just not fitted for it whatsoever, and it was a pain in the fucking ass to get it to work. But on other servers where it was just, it was just like the casual playstyle, like PvP focused and whatnot, it was phenomenal. It was great. It was really, really enjoyable. But obviously there's a lot of stuff behind there which are locked behind like certain features, and it's a bit like, obviously, to criticize the expansion team, it's a bit shit. So I'm hoping that in the future we get helicopter mods that aren't being fucking stolen and all that fucking shit, and people don't have to pay God knows what to get them. We get fucking boat mods. We get more like better, like a more reinvigorated horse mod. We get all sorts of fucking shit, and all it comes down to is, are the modders willing to do it? And quite frankly, if they're not, then what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing, guys? Come on. We're not going to get helicopters normally. Fucking get them back out there. Come on. That's what I think, anyway.
I won't say much, but I've got something I'll reveal in the next podcast about helicopters and that.
Hey.
Helicopters for everybody for free.
Oh my fucking God, please.
How dare you? You're going to have the Russian mafia after you.
So I won't say much now, but the next time we come on, I'll give you a demo of it as well.
Nice one.
My God. Oh, Jesus.
But we need motorbikes. We need motorbikes.
Australian-based care flight.
Yes.
Helicopters.
Yep.
So we just picked 3 winners of a copy of DayZ and the Livonia DLC. Mr. Electrical, Gator Baz, and Rag Tyson. Send me a whisper or reach out to me on the in the Discord, and I will send you your copies. Can't whisper you, boy. It says you have to start the whisper. Oh, there you go. Aren't I a fucking boomer?
I'm sure you will work it out.
But yeah, I'm very excited.
Do it in the Discord. Send me a message on Discord. My Discord is open.
But I'm very excited. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in chat about excited about what you got to showcase off there. I can't fucking wait myself.
Yeah, I won't say too much.
It's quite surprising. Yeah, like I was reading the agenda and talking about, and then you started describing what you've got, and then what anyone is now capable about doing. It's like, what? You can do that? Yeah, it's very impressive.
So
it is really fucking cool.
Summit is back playing DayZ again. I did love the tweet he put out. First it was fucking trees, now it's fucking zombies.
He's playing the wrong game.
Yeah, I don't quite get it. And I did love Dab and DOJ's tweet. But
I love that.
Even though he's got all these problems with it, apparently he's starting his own server. Now, what the fuck is No Pixel? What is this? Am I just too old to know what No Pixel is?
Is it something to do with GTA RP? Does anyone know? I had a look into it. It's sort of a, you got to register for No Pixel account, and it's linked up a lot with GTA RP. I think someone in chat might be able to shed some more light on it for us.
Yeah, Zombie Lee, jump in and explain, mate. No Pixel is a GTA RP server.
Right.
So they're creating a RP DayZ server.
So it's a DayZ version of that, I suppose, is it?
That'll be interesting.
They said it won't be RP. Okay, so it's not going to be RP related.
Okay.
But look, regardless of the fact that he cries about everything in DayZ, it's a good fucking thing that someone of his size is playing and promoting the game. DayZ needs all the love and help it can get for people to realise just how amazing this game is, and it's a good thing that Summit's going to be promoting the game a bit more until he gets the shits of it again, because the bushes are interfering with his leopard crawl, or fucking the pigs aren't realistic enough, or whatever it is. You're going to upset him next time.
How's it going, guys? You good?
Yeah. So what is it?
All right, Lee, how you doing?
Right, okay, so No Pixel is based off an RP mod for the original GTA 5, much like DayZ was to Arma. And basically, No Pixel is the biggest server within that community. pretty much they can't get anyone else whitelisted on those servers. And the reason why is obviously because there's so many people there. All the big streamers are on there. And from what I can see from the video, this is not going to be RP. I believe it's going to be just a normal modded server for now. And I think you just have to go into Summit's Discord and apply.
But see, from what I understand, his issue, going back to the infected thing, sorry, but he was playing on a modded server, and he was complaining about how the infected run at you whenever you fire. I don't have an issue with that. I really don't.
It's not an issue. It's not an issue at all. Like much respect to Summit 1G, but I'm sorry, but if you complain about an infected in a survival game with zombies, you can either fuck off the game or play on a server that has no infected at all and just becomes dead. Like,
I think the viewpoint we maybe need to be looking at it from is that he doesn't play the game all the time. He's not a veteran like we are as such. You know, he's coming at it from a very different perspective from the one that we understand. This is probably maybe the second, third time that he's played this patch, you know? And a lot of us, you know, have struggled with some of the things. Some of us love it. Some of us hate it, you know? But it's going in a different direction from what he's experienced previously. And I think he's just voicing those opinions. It's not like he wants everything to change just for him. And I think that's a viewpoint that some people took.
But what some people need to remember...
Probably not the right way.
What some people need to remember is, Grandpa, do you want to give them the history lesson again? What did Dean Hall make this game as?
I understand what you're saying, but I think we just need to think of it in his perspective. I don't think he's trying to, you know, smash the game or anything like that. And I think people came pretty down hard on him. Obviously, because of who he is.
I had a go at him, but it was more of a troll.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, though,
people are just going to play it while they want.
Yeah, I was just.
And there's a server to cater to everyone
right now.
But to come in, what worries me is to come in a big name like him and state that one of the key features of this game is annoying, is stupid. You know. Get a fucking suppressor. Look at, you know, as you say. Now, we need to clarify this. Summit was playing fucking DayZ back in the mod days, so he is a veteran. But he doesn't have the thousands of hours, I imagine, like some of the more hardcore people. Look at everyone. The meta has changed. Nearly everyone. Like, who here, hold your hand up if you now grab an amphibia when you see one. Fucking oath I grab them. That Mark II pistol is fucking gold. Headshot. They go down. No one fucking hears it. It is brilliant. And Dumpgra's got a really good point there as well. When people like him whine about something in the game, all of his little sheeple parrot it. DayZ's fucked. DayZ's still broken. DayZ is this, that, and the other thing. He needs to be very careful about what he says.
But he has an opinion, and he should be respected for that. His sheeple around him is not is the biggest problem here. You know, he's just voicing an opinion, and he knows that people are going to listen to him, whether they like it or not. People are going to listen, whether negatively or positively. You know, so these sheeple around him and his popularity, he can't help. No matter what he says, there's going to be some sort of influence, either negative or positive, onto any game that he chooses to make an opinion of. I appreciate that we may believe that is wrong, and I personally do believe that what he said is wrong, but it's just his perspective.
Was it just a throwaway line, and because of his position, it's made out to be bigger than what it is?
Let's go to his Twitter to get the exact wording of what was written.
I mean, you are right, though. Like, you know, he is very, very entitled to his own opinion, as is everyone else. But I feel that as a content creator, you should be a little bit more careful about what you say because of the influential power that your fan bases may have. Like any large content creator, you know, they can say that this game is absolutely fantastic and it will genuinely sway sales for that particular game. If they say this game is fucking terrible, even though it's doing really good, review bombed. And it's a case of this, you know, he could just be saying, like, the Zeds are annoying, like he says in the tweet. and then sometime in the future, for some reason, the zombies are going to be much weaker than they were in the past, or much slower, and they won't aggro as quick, and it's like completely losing the elements of difficulty from the game.
Look, when even Minder's disagreeing with you, Minder is 100% on the money here. Suppressors are actually useful. I'm sorry, but if you make the decision to go loud, deal with the fucking shit that comes your way. Smart players are fucking... Suppressors are gold in this patch.
Yeah.
If you want to use
You know,
blaze and fire both barrels...
on a modded server, if you're throwing away your AS50 on a modded server, you're going to have yourself a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What you do in the game, you know, in a PvE aspect, makes choices for you, you know? You go shooting off, screaming at someone, they're going to fucking shoot you, or a zombie's going to come after you. It's so obvious.
Exactly.
It's so obvious to us. You know, but to his community, are going to spout off as well. It's not, because they're just watching, and he's coming in every so often to play the game. So I think it's something we just take as a pinch of salt, and I'm sure the devs will too.
Yeah.
They are even with our opinions, so, you know.
Taters is saying that I think he's right. Z's ruined PvP in certain areas. But for some people, but to me, I think they add a nuance to it. You know, it's a game with zombies, or, you know, more correctly, infected, and it's something you have to factor in. If you're at the airfield where you've got the military infected and stuff like that, you've got to weigh up the pros and cons. It's not a COD game. It's a case of, you know, if you're going to shoot, not only are you going to have to deal with that player if you don't kill him, and potentially his teammates, but you're going to be ringing the alarm bell. And, you know, I personally have always felt that infected add to it. You know, there's one of my biggest issues with DayZ is there's very few ways to track a player. Yeah, the main sign that someone's been around is either dead infected or pieces of paper from where someone's opened a box of ammo. Infected that are live, though, are a great sign. You know, the meta used to be back in the day, you'd, you know, be 1,000 meters from a town and you'd scope in on it, and if they were infected there, you knew there was a player around. Now, you can, you know, the aggro of infected. You know, you might be in a little room going through your inventory, and then you hear a zombie aggro, and you're like, huh? Why did that one aggro? Yes, it could be bugged. It could be seeing you through the fucking wall. Sorry, not bugged. Unintended game feature.
Yes, exactly. Come on.
Yeah. But I feel they really add to the game. It's what separates it from Call of Duty, from games like Deadside, you know, which marketed itself as, you know, basically like DayZ without the monsters. It's, to me, it adds to the game. It makes things more spicy.
Especially if you're getting sniped from you don't know where. Like, oh, where are those zombies running? You know, like
yes, I was literally just about to say that. Yeah, I mean,
I only got it because it had zombies. That's the only reason I got DayZ when I don't really play games much, and I looked up and I went, I wonder if there's a good zombie games, and I found DayZ and I went, holy cow, this thing's full survival. Like, you build and you hunt and there's zombies, and I've got a life-size zombie here, Zara, which usually used to sit in the van next to me in the passenger side. She always got good look. And kept people from getting in too. Actually had the police there. Thought there was a corpse in the front seat. I'm not making that up.
Well, they weren't wrong.
Yeah, but I love zombies. And when I saw that, I went, I said to my wife, I got to buy this game. She said, you don't really play games anymore. I said, no, but I got to check this out. And that was really what me was the whole zombie factor. I love the idea of zombies in a post-apocalyptic, and I don't really like killing people per se, but you know, the dead, you're just doing them a favor. They're just, you know, already, it's making them more dead. But I just figured zombies, yeah, that's great. So that, I think for me personally, that was its original intent, you know, was survival and zombies. And I think it's a good mix. Walking Dead came along. I got every zombie film that ever came out since first one in 1969, Night of the Living Dead, and every zombie film ever since. But I thought, wow, you know, like, this game's got it. It's really, really good. I like slow walking zombie movies, you know, like Return of the Living Dead, Night of the Living Dead and all that, where they're kind of slow. But I do love that these ones do get aggro. Look, I guess it's a subjective point of view. You may like it. Then some people just like Call of Duty. I play this because of the zombies. You know, I love The idea of just
I 100% agree with what Soma is saying here, though. Yes, it rewards stealth attacks on infected, but it really pisses me off because one of the things I always do is I try to aim for the head. And if I'm swinging the axe at the head, they should drop regardless of whether they're aggroed or not. They need to work on the ability to, the zombies actually register where you're hitting them. If you're chopping them in the legs, maybe they drop down and become a crawler. But if you're chopping them in the center of the body, it probably wouldn't do much to an undead fucking, basically unfeeling creature. But you hit him in the head, it should drop them. I totally agree with what he said.
Too right.
100%.
I think it's the right direction and maybe just the wrong execution for now.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, the infected will always play a crucial part in DayZ, obviously, considering the fucking name. But
if you don't have zombies, you're not playing DayZ. Sorry.
No, exactly.
That's my opinion.
And the key factor is that they need to be done right. You can't have a zombie survival game if the infected are broken or just implemented really poorly. Now, the latest patch I absolutely loved, and it took us a little while to get used to, because obviously usually you just have to fucking one-tap them with an axe and the down or whatever, but now it's much more difficult. But to compensate it, you can just hide in the house for a few minutes and they disappear. We've never had that before.
Yeah, the tyrant of zombies is quite interesting.
I didn't know
and
that.
It's not, I don't think a lot of people do, and it's really, really fucking cool. But if you're in a PvP situation, the time is against you, because if you shoot a player and you miss, and obviously all the infected come around you, you can either go loud and just kill all the infected, or you can quickly hide in a house and hope that whoever you shot at doesn't see that happen, because obviously they can come around and fucking get at you, which has happened to me more times than I'd like to admit.
Well, we were talking about warning signs earlier for people being around. The changes to zombie tire means they can literally see exactly the direction that you've been going in, because the zombies are going to stop at some point. So they're up on top of the hill. You know exactly where they've been going. It's not looking for a mushroom. It's not looking for stones. It literally, you can see them now, and that's a great direction to put the game in. That it's an if you know kind of situation, I guess. Because not many people are reading the patch notes and all that sort of shit. They just complain about them instead.
Quick point, what I'm looking at on the page here, guys. This is something that Max Mosen gets the OG award for today. Someone saying, bruh, I hate these replies to games. It's just not fun to PvP in with the zombies. It's not him, nor is he on easy mode. It's just our streets. Crazy to think a decaying corpse runs fast as shit and they don't walk unless they're not provoked. Now, last week, I said that DayZ needs to work on on the law of the game. They need to let people know the law. I got disagreed with, but I'm going to reiterate it again. Yes, we all call them zombies, but they're not zombies in the traditional sense of an undead creature that's come back and is a decaying corpse. They are infected people with a rage virus style thing, so that is why they act differently to slow-moving zombies and things like that.
Yeah, they're very much people. They're very much people, and we need to respect them like that,
And that's why they can sprint.
I think they should be more so like they're people than they are right now, and obviously that's some things that they can work on in the future. Let's not give them too much more than they've already got. But I just think there needs to be a lot more development on that sort of thing. The law is so important, but it's something that no one ever thinks about. They just play the game and do what they want.
They are all Karen seeking out their nearest manager. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
See, DayZ to me it's in that unique phase where it would really benefit from having a stable and sophisticated law, but at the same time it doesn't need it because of the nature of the game, especially the community side. You can just go into any kind of server and you don't have to really know any of the law to play the game, but for other servers, and depending on how you play, knowing the law and knowing what the infected actually are, or the origins of the virus that are in the community or in the game, it would really be beneficial. Plus, it would be really fucking cool to have like comics and videos and whatnot for the whole thing. Yep. But yeah, so I mean, me and Boydie, you and I have talked a little bit about it. I think it was last week, I believe, or it was earlier this week. I can't rightly remember, about a law. And I remember on PS4, when they announced the game for PS4, they had like this really cool intro for their trailer, and it was somebody actually washing up, and they had like these really cool animations of the person like getting up from the beach, and it was like, this is fucking cool, and the premise they had for it was really fantastic, but it went nowhere. And it was like, it would be really, really cool to have either an official or even fan-made thing where it could follow a story of somebody who's washed up on the ocean and has gone through their whole progress until the moment they get fucking killed at Northwest Airfield, you know? Because everyone fucking dies there. So
Spud used to come up with a great comment as well. It'd be great if the law was spread around the map. Signs outlining a decaying society, signs at the hospital displaying the symptoms. That would be, be in Russian and we wouldn't be able to understand it. But maybe in Russian and an English version as well. You know, public service announcement. It probably would have an English version as well. Who knows?
I mean, this. Sorry, go on, Lee.
I was going to go on to the summit point, so continue.
Oh, okay. And I was just going to say, and there's a lot of stuff in the map already that showcases some kind of story, some kind of lore. The hotel in Cherno, you've got the pits in Kamensk, I believe it is, the military base up north. You've got like the body piles and the biohazard piles all around the map, absolutely scattered. I've been making more of those on my server because it just makes more sense. Exactly, and you've got Tizzy, you got the Tizzy barracks there, and you've got the underground section for the main building. Why is that locked off? Why can't you go into it? I mean, obviously we all know why you can't, because there's nothing fucking behind there. But in a story perspective, how can you get into this section but nowhere else? And it's stuff like that that intrigues me when I used to play on Cherno. But then when I realized it's not going to go anywhere, you kind of stop caring, so to speak. And it is a shame, because I'm a very story-focused person. I absolutely love it. I used to read the 28 Days Later comics. And I love the fucking film. I've watched 28 Weeks Later, wasn't a big fan, but I could still appreciate it. But the comics, there was one comic, it was about the lady in the first movie, you know, the one with the fucking machete or whatever. They managed to get out of the UK, and a team wanted to get back inside to learn to figure out what went on. And she outright refused, and she was basically forced to go back, and they had to go through the Isle of Man, because they couldn't get into the country anywhere else, I believe it was. And it was like, how the fuck have I never heard about this? Because it's not referenced in the second movie, I believe. And just having that in-depth lore about the game is just... But anyway, enough about that. That's not on the agenda, not really. So
that's a good issue here. Like you're saying about the zombies, they're not perfect. And you know, when they aggro on you for no fucking reason, it's frustrating. It really fucking is. But yeah, I didn't think we'd spend this long on this issue, but it is a valid point that everyone's raising.
I think frustration's an important word, because I'm pretty certain I saw this tweet as soon as he tweeted it, and I'm pretty certain it was as soon as he'd finished the stream where he'd been frustrated about these specific things. And I'm sure as streamers, we've all been in those situations whereby you're really pissed off about something, you go straight to Twitter and you go, oh, these bastards, you know? Yeah. And you kick off about it. And so I think we need to put that perspective straight in. I'm not giving him a way out. Some of the things that he said is complete nonsense, you know, to some of us. If we think about it, more than 5 minutes, which he hasn't. He's gone straight to Twitter and he's posted about it, and people have listened to it, expanded on that, and he's still playing the game. That's what we need to think about. He's not just quit the game and gone, fucking shit game. I think he's pretty much playing it right now. I think he's just gone live playing it now. So
yeah,
it's not the be all and end all. Yeah.
Everyone has opinions.
Yep.
Yeah,
and look,
of course.
Exactly.
That's important.
That's fine.
The guy is more successful than any of us in this fucking podcast are. And he is known for being a heated guy. That clip of him punching out his monitor is fucking legendary. I've seen that so many times, and that's part of his shtick. He says what's on his mind. But I just it's a lot more complicated than, and we've got to remember as well, Twitter only allows X amount of characters. So but yeah. I like them. I like where they're heading with the Infected. I like where they're heading with the game in general. But yeah. And good luck with the no pixel server. Anything that brings more people to playing DayZ is a fucking good thing in my eyes.
True.
I'm more than happy for it. They might not be playing it to the way that we like, but more
each to
people.
their own. There's a server to cater to everyone's taste.
Exactly.
Right.
Don. Some people were not impressed with the big announcement last week, Mario's Tools. I don't fucking understand that, mate.
So, for people that don't know, I suppose it's custom ability for modders to make custom animations. Is that basically sums it up?
And custom AI.
Custom
Wait,
AI.
what?
Okay.
Sorry, you're gonna have to fill me in. I missed this one. You just got my interest. What'd you say? Animation
Custom animations.
for what? For what?
Anything.
For anything, yeah.
For anything that you can think of. So at the moment, like we all know, Jacob Mango's been working on motorbikes, but pretty much when you get on a motorbike at the moment, it's the getting in a car animation. He's going to be able to make an animation to make it look like, leg over the motorbike. To go further with it, someone is going to be able to create a horse with its own unique AI and then be able to make it so you can ride that horse.
Dino's done that, hasn't he?
With custom animations to riding a horse.
Dino's done that. I've seen him riding a horse and running around the paddocks and everything.
I think it's more the animation of interacting with the vehicle or the horse.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But I think the thing is that that once you see results and they're coming into mods and stuff, that's when people will be like, "Oh wow, this is actually good." You know what I mean?
The big thing, I think, is like what Foxy's saying. A lot of people are skeptical, and it maybe goes back to what Dumpgrass said way earlier in the podcast as well about overhyping something. And I get excited about shit. I do. That's part of who I am. I see something, I go, oh my fucking God.
You see the potential in it, I suppose.
Piqued my interest when you said that. I'm like, what? You know what I'm trying to do? I got a driving in mind, and I really want to have an animated image on the screen playing, like, the little, you guys remember the commercials between the movies? Remember they have they go to the box. I'm trying to do that because it would just add at night when you see something going on the drive-in screen. Found a way, but I haven't been able to get it function properly yet. But something like that, a TV set which would suddenly just start blurting out information, and we can see just something as simple as an animated GIF with a bit of audio attached to it. Walk into a house and suddenly a TV, the static, and says something. That one little thing adds a little bit more depth and a bit more texture to the environment. I mean, you hear sound effects when you walk in a house, like creaking, and each building has its own particular files. But just to have an animated thing like that, it doesn't seem that complicated, but that's something I really want to put in there because I don't know. I just think that'd be fabulous.
I think we need to take it for what it is at the moment, though, and take it for the concept that it is. Right now, it's a concept. Yes, it works, and it's been shown to work, but it needs to progress and get modders using it before we can actually see, proof of concept. Yes, we've seen it, but we need to see it in action in the things that we want, and until then, we still need to think of it as the concept that it is.
And
otherwise, we doom it straight away. We doom it straight away.
I mean, when I watched the podcast last week and I managed to catch that, I lost my fucking shit completely. Like, the community, especially the modern community, has been asking for animation tools since, the first fucking stable patch. Ever since the DayZ modding tools were released, we've been wanting animations. And obviously we've never gotten them, and it's really hindered the community in so many ways. And there has been some attempts in the past to get them to work, and they've all failed. And when I saw the video that was posted last week on the podcast, I was like, holy fucking shit. Like, it's working, and it's working to an extent that it's going to be in the in the next CF update, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, that's got to be some kind of testament to how good and how optimal it must be, because that kind of mod is key to a lot of mods to function. And if the animation tools were shit, then it wouldn't be on there. So
yeah,
I for one, I'm very, very excited, but at the same time, I can understand why some people might not be. We're a very cynical community as much as we are loving. So I'm not surprised, but I, for one, I can't wait to start learning how all these tools work and how all these tools come together. Because at the end of the day, we need those tools. There are so many mods out there, so many guns that we need to be able to hold properly, to use properly, and we need these tools.
I can appreciate
why. I'm excited.
I can appreciate why the wider community might not have understood the hype, because they're not nerds like us guys, you know? We're a special breed of people who give a shit about this sort of stuff and the in-depth things that surround the game that we all love, you know? And so I can appreciate that people have looked at it and gone, okay, that's cool, but they've not seen it in something that they want, you know? They've not seen the fucking pea shooter or whatever they want to see that does something specific. People just need to see proof of concept right in front of their hands before they'll even believe in it. So I appreciate the hype, and I think a lot of other people did, but we just need to appreciate that some people aren't on that level.
I'm putting the video up because Grandpa hasn't seen it, obviously.
I think this one, Boyd, is this the one that was made in 24 hours, I think you said? Is this the one?
This is now at about 24 to 48 hours of work in it.
Right.
Oh, gee. What, are you serious?
It's coming from Standalone, mate.
That definitely looks like a couple of dull people I've seen. You got a thingy?
Bouncer days.
You got a ciggy? You got brain.
So that's a completely custom skeleton, custom movements, custom AI. Yes, it dies very easy, but that's still work in progress. It's just really giving people a lot of potential of what they can do now. Yeah, even your we touched on it before, lad, with your guns that you're working on and custom animations. Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing that will apply to almost everyone, regardless of whether you're a hardcore survivalist or just a PvP COD player of DayZ. Having a gun that actually reloads the way it should reload, and not just reloading a magazine. Everyone's reloaded the Stanag mags that are getting out there, and it seems to hold them to the side, and it looks terrible.
Yes,
just little things like that, which probably once they're in, people aren't even going to notice. But for those who love the game, for those who want to see the game be all it can be, it is fucking massive. Scalspeed is saying, I think some of the skepticism was that the animation had been ported from Stalker, and that would obviously lead to problems in the Steam store for mods that included it. Oh yeah, definitely. There's and we talked about it last week, that even Mario said there are issues. You've got to be careful with what you port and what you make. There's copyright issues, and people need to be aware of that. But just down to things like, one of the first mods I thought of was Dumpgra's Metallurgy mod. If you've ever played with that. I just custom animations for so much of that stuff. Because that's a mod that's more for an interaction / RP style server, and the sort of person who's going to bother to set up a forge, to set up the bloody everything else that you need for it, the ammo making bench and stuff like that, to be able to have real animations involved with making tools or making ammunition is going to really change the game for them.
Definitely. I can already see an immersive animations mod coming out already.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we joked last week about someone will be able to import a floss dance.
Jesus Christ.
Don't tempt me.
I've had so many
I will
ideas on
fucking
that
do
stuff.
that.
Please do it.
Don't turn into
I'll
PUBG
fucking pay
with
you for it right
dancing.
now on behalf of the community. Get it done now.
I will
Now I order
intentionally
you.
learn how to animate just to fucking do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But it'll mean that we don't have to put up with things anymore. We put up with a hell of a lot of shit, you know, and it means that the community can now not put up with things and things are right instead of put up with. I think that's really nice.
I want to give a shout out to our brother or sister podcast, Radio Armour. For those of you who are into Armour, Scalesby, you shared a couple of videos with me. Armour 3 is having a bit of a resurgence at the moment. With a new mod, Prairie Fire or something, I think it's called. I watched some footage of it, and it looks. Yeah, I've never been big on Armour. I prefer DayZ, just the whole apocalyptic thing. But for those who, you know, there's a lot of DayZ players who are Armour fanboys as well, or fangirls, or fan whatever you want to be. But definitely worth following them if you want to stay up to date with what's happening in the Armour sphere, folks. I had a bit of a bromance going on with them, sharing each other's Twitter accounts and loving each other.
Already making friends, that never happens.
No. But yeah, definitely worth checking them out, folks. All their links to their radioarmour.com website and everything's on there, and you can find all the information and keep up to date with what's happening in the Armour community as well.
Nice one. It's always good to see other communities do stuff like that. It's really cool.
Now, speaking of maps, the desert map.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Been a lot of people wanting a desert map.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what was the map that the? I think this is. I've seen it mentioned in the comments here. Takistan, is that?
Yeah, Takistan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I'm looking forward to it.
What's the relationship between this one and that one? Oh, or am I talking about the same thing?
No idea.
Let me just have a look at the comments here. Hang on.
It's warm.
looking
That's all I know.
I'm looking through it, and I only see one reference to Takistan, and okay. Someone called A3 Mel says that seems a A2 away Takistan type of map you're building here for DayZ, and he says exactly it's a ported modded Taki map. So
okay, so it is.
That's what I read, and I was just curious about. Yeah.
Now, if there's any modders out there looking for a project, I did make a post on them. Can I ask, will this have a survival element to it, like bloody hot during the day and freezing cold at night? And he did reply and said, I have some ideas, but I'm not a great scripter, but I do what I can do. So I put out a call if there's anyone out there who would love to help them, because I would love to see that. It'd be like Namolsk without the Namolsk survival mod. Great map and all, but for those who want a little bit more from DayZ, it would be good. You know, for those who've been in the desert, it's fucking boiling hot during the day, freezing cold at night. And that would just add to a bit of the immersion. Yeah, that would be...
It looks good in those screenshots there. You got like some custom buildings as well. By the looks of things, if you go back up there.
it looks, yeah, which is really, really cool. That's one of the things that make me want to play on a new map, is to see the new assets.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. As the Smoking Bros just suggested in Boydie's chat, there's another desert map actually being made by him and Evoker at the moment.
Okay.
The guy who made Valning. I think I mentioned it to you a while ago, Boydie, but I think they've just done a bit of redevelopment on it. They're working on it at the moment. It looks really fucking good.
Smoker Bro,
really
send me some
good.
info in the podcast Discord, mate, and we'll showcase it next week as well. I'll add it to next week's agenda. We'll show your one as well, mate. Because the more of this stuff, whether it be maps, whether it be guns, whether it be mods or dumbed down zombies for Summit, I don't care. Anything that gets people playing DayZ is a good fucking thing, in my opinion.
Sandstorms instead of blizzards, commenting in your chat.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Sandstorms. Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's good. How good would that be?
Fuck yeah.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
But no, a lot of people excited. A lot of people excited for that. What else have we got here? Now, this one is a bit of a funny one. I've avoided this topic for a long, long fucking time, folks. But eventually I just said, fuck it, we're going to bring it up. I don't have any names. I'm not going to name any names because what I said to people was, without concrete evidence, it is very hard to cover this. But I keep on hearing it said time and time again about server owners allegedly DDoSing each other. You know, the common thing is, if you make the top 20 worldwide as a DayZ server, you're going to start having issues. And I'm not talking about the shit that Third Temple is doing with the wall. I'm talking about rumours of server owners deliberately targeting each other. Now, I'll say it right now. If anyone can get me concrete evidence of it, we'll show it on the fucking podcast. If you can get me proof that it happens, I will show it and I will name and shame. Because this is bullshit. This is...
Even in my small, corner of the community, I've heard about this a lot in whispers, a hell of a lot. It's very, very well known, but I think there's specific people who will not mention about it because of the fear of getting fucked over. As much as there's not a seriousness to it because it's DayZ, there is at the same time. This is people's fucking livelihoods for a lot of them. They've worked so fucking hard on this shit, and they've got an amazing community that just gets smashed up by some asshole. And it's something that we should feel strongly about and talk about. It shouldn't be something that's hidden away into smaller conversations between 2 or 3 people. They should be named and shamed, and they should be fucking banned from the game permanently. Fuck them off.
But let's not forget, depending on where you live, using DDoS and attacks is actually illegal. So I mean, I've never heard about these rumors until now. I know there's a lot of communities which don't treat their staff members well, and I know that there is some beef between like certain other like really high populated servers. But I've never heard anyone go to the extent of DDoSing each other. I would like to believe that it doesn't happen, but I will openly say I would not be surprised if it does, because at the end of the day, these top 20 servers, all these like high pop fucking God knows how many players a day servers, money tanks. Fucking money sinks. Yeah. That's what they are at the end of the day. Like, the amount of money that I've heard some of these server owners getting from donations in like priority queue,
I've heard about that too.
Eye-watering.
Fuck me.
Like, holy shit. And at the end of the day, when you have a competitor who doesn't like the fact that they are getting a little bit less than money than you, they will do anything that you can to make sure that your server goes down.
Yeah, the top 20 in donations and shit could literally, provide for the rest of the community on PC, fucking console, on all of them. They could pay for all the fucking server costs. It's unbelievable the amount of money they're making. And yes, some of it's justified, but fuck me, Jesus Christ, there's a lot of money floating around at the top.
Yeah,
hell of a lot.
What kind of money are we talking? Can we put a figure?
A lot.
Look, 5 to 6 digits.
Forget about DayZ servers, because DayZ's a niche game. But there are guys who became millionaires with Minecraft communities. There is big fucking... Woody's Gamertag is one of the biggest examples I can think of. He hosts the PKA podcast, Painkiller Already podcast. And that guy became a millionaire by running fucking Minecraft servers, mate. There is...
Yeah, Minecraft hosting as well. You make millions.
Jesus.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And see, don't get me wrong, like, at the end of the day, if you can make money off donations for keeping your servers up and running, everything like that, props to you. You're
People
keeping your
pay
community up and running. Fantastic. But at the same time, you need to start... I'm not going to try to sound like fucking salty because I'm a modder, but there are a lot of people in the community that are there that keep your server up and running, and not just you. If it wasn't for modders, if it wasn't for your staff members, your community would not be the way it is. It would be completely fucked. And modders can't make any money off that. In fact, I know of one community, again, I won't say names, they paid their admins and a couple of their moderators like quite a bit of money. The developers never saw a penny.
Yeah. I think that's the interesting thing, is that 1% of, the monthly cost coming in from donations and shit like that, they could give to 10 modders and give them more than they've got within the last month, quite happily, they're going to get a custom mod from one guy, and that one guy's happy, and then he's gone again, But we need to think about people like you guys, who do a hell of a lot for the community out of the goodness of your heart, but still you'd like to see some sort of appreciation in any way. And there's no appreciation in any way from a lot of those communities, such as promoting that they're using your mod, other than it coming up in the fucking, server.
Okay.
They just don't appreciate what they've got.
I'm going to show you guys something. I hope to God, Mario saved my streaming career with his little trick that he showed me about enabling GPU acceleration. But something I saw on DayZ Down Under. Now, we all know I'm a DayZ Down Under fanboy, but these guys have... Let me just get it up.
It's a good server.
These guys have got something on their server that I would love to see more servers, these big servers, implement. So you just have to pardon me here, but you guys know I fully support this. Modders deserve more recognition. There's so much money being 100%. Made by content creators and servers. Some of that money needs to go to the people who are keeping this fucking game alive for them.
Yeah,
they're the backbone of the whole thing.
Yes.
Without the modders, you just have the same vanilla game.
And I'm going to say this again. The big names out there need to pull their fucking heads out of their ass and start being more public with donations they make, supporting, whether it be their favourite server or these mods. And that will incentivise other people. But sadly, I think it comes down a bit to, and I know I'm in a privileged position. I've got an amazing missus who fucking supports my fucking dumb ass sitting at home and playing video games because I'm a broken ass soldier. But I know some people make a living from this. But do it for yourself. Do it for your own sense of self-worth. Why is it? Oh, there we go. DayZ Down Under.
Just to quickly iterate on like what Lee was saying, and like obviously I'm a modder and I do stuff out the goodness of my heart. The only kind of money that I see from modding is the owner of Hooligans, who pays me on a monthly basis just a little bit, and I don't ask for anything more, I don't ask for anything less, and I don't expect it. In fact, and I know you've had a go at other people, Boydie, for this, but I don't even put my PayPal link in my modding pages. Like I no.
I appreciate your humbleness. I appreciate
I'll
it.
just tell you my little experience when I was doing my little Discord and stuff. And I had a few people ask for help, so I guided them. I jumped on and I showed them, and suddenly I had people saying, hey, how can I, throw you some donation? And I'd never thought of the idea, and I said, I don't know. I never thought of it that way. And someone asked, do you have a Patreon? And I said, well, I don't know. I'll set one up. So I set it up, and then someone else came on and they said, ask Big Grampa. And they said, and make sure that you at least, go on the Patreon and throw them. And they did it. And I thought, well, that's nice because, it just, you realize you are being recognized. And there is a cost. This is what people forget. When I'm doing a lot of this, and when anyone's doing it in modding, and you say if you're buying 3D models and you're doing whatever else, there's still costs involved. And,
of course.
So it's nice, those little bit of thing of recognition, even if it's $3 for a cup of coffee. It does kind of make it feel worth all the effort, It's so.
Of course, yeah.
Don't expect to get rich on it. But matter of fact, I was saying to people, if you have a look at 1SK and you ever play it during its busy time, I think it was back in December, it was really busy. They had something like, I think 80 players, and I think almost 80%.
Okay, can you guys see my game screen now? Hello? Okay, I seem to have lost the guys. But, okay, so you're sitting here. I'm just going to assume that you guys can hear me and see this. You press spacebar, and this pops up. And it takes you to everything. Their Discord. And you press numbers. And it opens up links.
Hey, the boomer's back.
Okay, I'm back. I don't know what went wrong then. Apparently I need to run Discord in admin mode. But
right.
you could you guys see that page then?
No.
In your stream.
The document.
But yeah, it had links to basically their website, to their page. I thought it did used to have a PayPal link. I'm not sure, but yeah, it basically promoted one of the key mods that makes DDU so successful.
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
Yeah, I was just getting on to a point before Boydie arrived again, because he's a boomer. That we've seen over the years, you know, I might not have been there for all of them, but I've obviously caught up, that we've lost so many modders. We've lost them, you know, to work commitments, fucked off with the community, all that sort of shit. We need to appreciate what we've got in front of us, otherwise we're not going to get any more of it. We're asking for this, and we're asking for that, and we can't fucking get any of it if we piss them all off. You know, so I mean, just saying, I really like this mod is better than just going, oh, I'm playing this server and it's good. That's it. Mm-hmm. It means nothing. It means nothing to me to be able to promote it, to then give you something. You know, we were talking about influence earlier. It goes both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, I don't mind if I don't get money. Like I said, I don't put my PayPal link in my mods. Mm-hmm. And the one person I wish more people in the community would appreciate is Mass. You know, that fucking guy, he was one of the first modders for DayZ Standalone when, you know, the tools came out, in his you know, as he was saying in the chat before, he's got a PayPal link and he gets nothing. In fact, recently, he got fucked over by a couple of people. You know, he provided them stuff that they needed and they done chargebacks on him. And it's like they got everything they wanted and he got fuck all. And it's like,
fucking name and shame. Lad, that is pathetic. Name and shame.
I wish I knew who it was, but
no, it's up to him to do that. Like, it's up to him to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you told me, I would name and shame them right here on this fucking podcast. But
and don't get us wrong. I'm pretty sure he's not happy that I said that, but I don't give a shit. But at the same time, it's like modders. A lot of modders in the community definitely do need more attention. They need more support from the rest of the community, and it sucks. It does suck. And don't get us wrong. Yes, I say I don't mind not getting money, but at the same time, sometimes I need it. I mean, I remember when I left the DayZ modding community to look after my family, Boydie, you helped me out quite a bit, and, you know, I fucking hold that close to my heart. You know, I really do. Yeah. And it's super fucking cool. And maybe in the future I'll put my PayPal link in my mod pages. I don't expect anything from it, but
Don,
but it's I
want to touch on one point, Don, that. It's great that, you know, that we here on the podcast promote it, and that other people out there are promoting it as well. But BI, like Richland Killer says, needs to do something to help support this. And whether it be set up an official mod store, Don, or something that allows people to pay, you know, someone said 99-cent mods, maybe even 10-cent fucking mods. You know, when you've got a million downloads of a mod, 1 million times 10 cents, what does that work out to? $100,000?
So you're saying, like, give people that make the mods and list them on the workshop the ability to put a small
price them.
Yeah, put a small price on it.
I was talking to a few people about that system, and the way that I was thinking about it is that in order to publicize paid mods on the Steam Workshop, you have to become a verified creator. And when you become a verified creator, you have the option to offer a paid mod. And a certain percentage goes to BI and a certain percentage goes to Steam, and you get the larger percentage. And it will allow people to, you know, especially server hosters, to use that particular mod and maybe create some kind of tools which block off certain pieces of the mod that prevents players from just re-uploading that mod, paying that $1 and just re-uploading it, for example, and only have the parts that the mod creator will allow others to change for server configuration, kind of thing. And if they don't want to do that, they still have the choice to just upload the mod as a free mod. No problems at all.
Even if, and I don't know how easy this is to do, but even if they came up with a way, and we've talked about this before, and I'm going to keep on fucking harping on it because it deserves to be said again and again and again, but a way that if a mod is that fucking good, if that is that well done, they make it an official mod, they add it to the game, and port it to console as well. You know, maybe a bundle of fucking mods to make it worth people spending $5.99 to download a themed mod of some sort, a map pack, a fucking gun pack, or something like that, that enables you to have more. They need to be looking at something as well. Don?
With the potential charging of mods on the workshop, so server owner, we want to put this mod on our server, that's 99 cents. A player then that wants to play that server has to also download that mod themselves on their PC. So you could potentially have a server, 10, 15, 20 mods that, you know, you could be paying, a player themselves could be paying $20 to play a particular server.
Yeah, and that's something we've talked about as well. It's something that needs to, that's why I say maybe 10 cents. Because then, if you're looking at it, some of these mods have got, 1 million or so downloads. If that's 10 cents a pop, 10 cents is fuck all. Most people can afford 10 cents. You get 20 mods, that's $2. $2. If you can't afford $2,
one way that one way that I could see it could work is that the creator uploads 2 different versions of the mod, where the paid version gets updated first, kind of like, Patreon supporters get content early before people on YouTube. So there's more stuff, and then if a server owner wants to use the free version, so for whatever reason, then they just get the updates slower than the paid versions. And that's one system I was thinking of, and like I said, Patreon does it, and I know a couple of other places do something similar. But yeah, I mean, as Sukan says, update days will kill a free servers if that kind of system's in place. But at the end of the day, it's like, if we can come up with a solid idea, or hell, even if Bohemian Interactive comes up with a solid idea to have something like that, then brilliant. But until then, we just have to hope that there are generous people in the community who want to support modders and not just shit all over them when patch day comes along.
Go back and watch the podcast I did with Keegan about the DayZ Battle Royale and the trouble he had monetizing his Battle Royale mod. It was a fucking nightmare for him.
Yeah, nothing takes the piss. Oh, go ahead, Grandpa.
Sorry, on a lateral sort of similar kind of thing, just share something with you guys so you guys can see it. Hopefully I can bring up my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yep, we can see you again now too.
Yep. Okay. I had to turn that off because the wife just got out of bed and she said, turn it off for a second. She looks pretty old. Along the top here, and I've turned it off. See that asset store?
Yep.
Yes.
I've turned it off for a reason at the moment. That will allow members to go in and download actual unbinarized PBOs, actual files, so before they're PBO'd, so they can go in and actually have their own assets, their own mods. They can take those things that are in that store. They're available for anyone to go in and grab. And they'll be the raw files. So they'll be unbinarized. So if it's a house or whatever else like that, we'll have files in there, which allow the community to then take those. And obviously, it's nice to get a bit of recognition once they take something. But the idea was to have this asset store so that when you're populating a map, say you want Aussie trees, we want gum trees. Let's face it, we don't want, half of the Eastern European block, trees. So I'll have stuff like that in there, and Aussie buildings, and anything else that people who join this community will also deposit into the asset store. So it shares those assets. So then they can be packed instantly in our mods and used unrestricted. In the same sense as we spoke about. So I mean, it's kind of on a similar subject you guys are talking about, but I thought I'd share that with you because I felt that was really important. The being able to get assets unbinarized. You guys know what an unbinarized means, don't you?
No.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so whenever we make an asset, let's say we make a house. Now, if you go into the when you look on your computer on your in your documents, if you don't have DayZ tools, there'll be DayZ projects. There'll be a folder called DZ. That's where DZ Academy comes from, by the way. Inside of that is all of the binarized. Binarized means they're a zipped compressed format, which BI use. And if you try to pull those into Object Builder and view them, you get what they call a proxy. It won't actually show you the object because they're binarized. You can't modify them, alter them, retexture them. And unbinarized means that the actual file itself is in complete working. You can go in, modify it, retexture it, change it, do whatever you want, repack it, because we repack them. It's like zipping. We PBO them, and then we simply just bring them in as a mod straight inside DayZ, drop them in there, and you've instantly got the same as all these other mods that you see. So that's why what I've done there is try to offer an asset store where people can go in and share their designs, and also the ones that I've created will be available in there. So it's another way of sharing that kind of stuff, and then you don't encounter restrictions of Steam because you can modify it, do whatever you like with it.
Now, I do want to cover something that's being chatted about in chat. Mackay is saying paid mods will be the death of DayZ. All these big servers will have the best of the best. The little guys will have nothing. Now, if the model is done correctly, there'll be more incentive for someone to create a mod that is free, or not free, but is free to be used on any server. At the moment, what we've got is a model where the big guys, the big servers, are basically getting custom mods made for only their server. So if you want to use a certain mod, you have to go play XYZ server. I'll give you an example, and this is not having a go in any way, shape or form, but before they did the rework to the uncon status, Happy Bombs and his crew on the Zero Churnerus servers created basically a rework of the damage system that resulted in more uncons. But the only way you could get to play that was by playing on his servers. Now, if there was a model in place for a modder to be able to potentially create more money by having the maximum amount of people able to use that mod, unless you're running a multi-million-dollar server, you're going to see more mods being released for everyone, whether it be a small server or one of the big boy servers. At the moment, it's. Well, I'm not saying our ideas is perfect, but the current system doesn't work, in my opinion.
No,
it doesn't reward the modders.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, no, it doesn't reward modders, and at the end of the day, like I said before, modders or certain modders have to rely on the goodness of other people's hearts, and it's all right to a certain extent, but it gets to a point where you make mods, and you make good quality mods, and people use them, and then others steal them. They publish them on certain shady fucking Russian websites to sell them for like $20, or someone steals it, publishes it as their own. I'm pretty sure Dinos Beanos had some issues like that like a while back, and it sucks. Like when I started learning about that, I could make potential money from mods. I'll fucking hold my hands up. I have done work for money. Why not? Money is money. You need money. Yeah, and I don't think I've actually had a donation out of the blue because of my modding at all. I've always had people take me on for mods and to make stuff for them, and then they pay me, and sometimes I don't even ask. It's just like, okay, that's fine, but just a random donation, no, it's never happened at all. And again, I don't mind that. Again, I don't really have the PayPal link on my my pages, so again, I'm not too asked. What I do get pissed off with more is people stealing my artwork. That's what I get pissed off more.
Yeah.
Sorry, quick interruption. Have a look at the screen I'm sharing.
Yeah, hang on.
I'm not surprised. I told you he was playing.
No. Look at what I highlighted.
Oh yeah. I saw that. I'm not surprised.
What a boss! What a boss! Yeah, we roasted him a bit before, but this is why the guy is so popular. He can still have a fucking laugh. This guy is a master of what he does. Let's play some Day. I fucking love that.
Obviously, before we get on to the next topic, obviously we're looking at what we're looking at right now. What I was gonna say is the DayZ Twitter account is fucking amazing at showing you, the next upcoming streamer who's playing DayZ right now, and the nice artwork and the charity stream and all this sort of stuff. I don't think I've seen any modders being promoted at all in any way at any time.
Okay.
Why?
Okay. You are correct pretty much, but I'm going to jump ahead now. And in the community spotlight, and it was something I was going to bring up, it was good to see them actually acknowledge a mod, so to speak, the Esca map. And you are bang on the money, because they will retweet content creators and stuff like that.
But doing something once means you've done it once.
But we need to reward them for doing it. Yes, they might have gotten it wrong in the past, but they need to be celebrated for the fact that they've actually. And you only got to look at the Armour 3 account and how much they shouted out that Prairie Fire mod. And it was good to see. New community mod map Esca came out this month, and it's simply awesome. They need to be doing this more often. The community spotlight needs to not just feature screenshots and videos from content creators. It needs to feature a segment that is focused on the amazing work that modders are doing in this community. Because
this is why I mentioned it.
It's not the fucking content creators who've kept this game alive. The content creators have been able to keep this game alive by keeping it in the profile, thanks to the mods which have saved this game.
Yeah, I knew you were coming to this. That's why I mentioned it. I think it's very important that they do more of this. Yes. This shouldn't be the only thing they do. Like, Esca's a big hype. Yes, that's amazing. But think of all the other people who are making the game what it is today. And the community spotlight is great, but it doesn't happen every single day when they're, retweeting this guy and they're, giving away copies, which is fucking brilliant. What they're doing is amazing. They just need to do a hell of a lot more to be able to keep the game alive. People don't know when they go onto a server, it says download this mod, this mod. The only thing they see is when it's in game and they go pick it up. They don't give a shit about this and that and the other because they don't know about it. They don't know about, mass many items and that sort of stuff. They just use the items that are within it and go fuck off and kill someone with a Mosin. They don't care. They literally don't care. And that's a massive problem. If you're going to sort the law, you're going to sort this, you need to sort everything. We need to respect modders for what they are, otherwise they're going to leave.
Yeah.
What did you just do? What did you just do, Don?
What?
What did you just do there? Someone said, I think Don's forgot he's here. Did you just scratch your nuts or something?
I don't know what happened.
I don't know. I was looking at my other screen and then I see the comment pop up. I think Don's forgot he's here. And all I can imagine is you either picked your nose or you scratched your nuts or pulled a wedgie out of your ass or something.
I don't know. What did I do?
Someone's saying you're naked from the waist down.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. That's why I don't have my cam on. I'm just sitting here. Got my nipple tassels on and I'm loving life talking about DayZ.
Mate, what the fuck? And you didn't send us pictures. What's wrong with you?
I would love to see.
Right now, mate.
I would love to see more shout out of mods each month in the community spotlight. Yes, do something, a fluff piece on the creators and that. But I would love to see the true heroes of DayZ, the modders, get more limelight in the community update.
Agreed.
Speaking of modders, Dab. Sorry, no. I'm jumping ahead of point. DonSibley, that Aussie guy we all love. To hate because he wears fucking Crocs. These are gold, mate.
Oh God.
Crocs.
Oh, he's got
The local trader shop. I best go in.
I loved this.
Oh no.
You got a bad spine, you can't beat Crocs. The ugliest little
Hi,
things I've
I'm
ever
just
seen, but
wanting
man, are
to
they
get some
comfortable.
weapons. What do you want?
I'll give you guys a quick peek.
Ooh, I wouldn't mind that black Tundra. I want to get the camo Mosin. Does that hunting scopes? What scopes fit on that? Mags. I need some magazines for my guns. Landmines, grenades. The new scout rifle. Do you have the new scout rifle? The new scout rifle? Do you have the new scout rifle? What about any stuff in the back? Do you have any tier 4 helicrash loot? I know some ghillie suits. Can I get some ghillie suits? What about... Oh, I want some BDU pants. BDU? Fuck off.
They're working.
I think I might make that a stream alert, to be honest. It's fucking brilliant. I love it.
Don,
That'd be
your green room, mate. The stuff you are making with that is gold. I missed you for the couple of months you went out of action, mate. But my God, these, I still remember one of my favourite was the one where you were in the chopper. And fuck that shroud down there. Get out of here. And it was just, it was brilliant. I love it, mate. I love what you're doing. You lay down on the bed in a barracks or something. Video. You what? Sorry, zombie.
I posted a link to the published video in the team podcast suggestions the other day. Just if you want to put it in chat.
Oh yeah, the full video that he's. But we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Oh right. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That was like a.
Don gets a double spotlight today.
Good. I'm glad.
Because I just wanted to shout out his green room videos and just how good they are. And his is a Twitter account that you need to be following, folks. I'm going to share it. He puts little videos out like this all the time. He's another wholesome. You sank to the dark side this week with a bit of drama, but we'll cover that. We'll cover that later as well. But you're a wholesome, good account, mate, that deserves to be celebrated.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, the Churner's place named video, that was a good one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've got a few things to say about Don later. So yeah, good things, obviously.
Oh,
good things.
Oh, God.
Now let me just jump back. Being the boomer I am, it takes me forever. Inclement Dab, his map editing tool, a big update to it. It was brilliant.
Yes.
All right,
I am so fucking excited for this update. Holy shit.
Me too.
So,
What's new on it?
The editor project. I haven't done any dev logs.
It's all I've done all week
This
is
week.
using the editor
Cool.
for
This is
building
taking
shit.
me about 8 months too long to get this to work. So we finally support multi-object motion properly.
Oh,
You gotta
finally.
I've got
actually
goosebumps.
Rotate your builds.
I was waiting for him
up
to
and
fix that.
down, you know, do all the random extra stuff.
It's
and
such a
move around
small thing,
properly.
but holy fucking shit, when I saw that last night, I was like,
Do this,
Oh, it's
Oh,
frustrating
yes.
before.
run together, you know, the whole works.
I
So
feel
if you have
sick.
Large compounds or whatever built, you want to move them together. You can finally do that.
Oh, that's better. I thought he just put some like,
But,
yeah, that's much
I'm gonna
better.
knock it out tonight.
That was
The only thing I
frustrating.
can't do right now is remove the camo net. It just won't let me do it.
All right.
It's just brilliant, and yeah, God's work, making it so
Yeah, I
much
love that
easier.
one.
Anything that
Absolutely,
makes it easier for people to be creative in this game. You said you use it yourself, Grandpa. So
Yep.
yeah,
Sure do. Yep.
I think most people use it. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
fuck's sake,
absolutely.
Dab.
I use it for
That's
several
so
other
cheap.
reasons. And sometimes if you're doing an area and you want to jump to the area quickly, I actually just save that as a file. You can put a save on, and I'll reload that one. It'll take me straight to that spot that I wanted to, test doors or whatever else. So I use it in very abstract ways that most people probably don't think of using. So it seems to work. Does a good job.
Speaking of someone who's blown me away recently, and that is Minder. Have you guys seen his new YouTube channel?
Yeah, check that out after.
I
you,
have
posted it,
binge
yeah.
watched it. It is brilliant. It is just short little clips. Everyone's seems to be the meta was almost heading to these 1 hour, 2 hour DayZ movies and all the rest of it, and they're great and all, but these little clips, oh my fucking god, they are brilliant. I actually messaged him and said, this is just what I needed myself. I like to just watch a quick little snippet. I find it hard to find 20 minutes or so to watch a full video these days. But these little shorts, brilliant.
Now,
I know it's
clips from Twitch or like his Twitch.
Yeah, from his Twitch stream.
Yeah.
And he just edits them and downloads them, and he's got so many of them. One of my favourite though has got to be this one. You got to watch this one.
Interactive, and now Brian Hicks being creative director and lead producer. What the? I sold you some Spider-Man.
I think as much as it's nice to have a polished video, it's nice to see the real people,
Yes.
through these streams and things. It's really nice. It's really nice.
The best part with this one is the comments for it. Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah, and there was I think I ended up replying to someone, but the Aussies were in there going, "Mate, that's not a fucking spider," and yeah.
How's it like kiwi fruits with legs?
So what's the difference? Like that's obviously another channel, the shorts for his Twitch clips, but then you got the YouTube shorts as well.
Yeah, shorts. So they have to be done in like the portrait mode.
Right.
So I've seen a couple of channels trying that. I don't like it. I like I know people.
It's to get the mobile audience,
Right.
basically.
Right.
TikTok, basically, that's what it's all around.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Trying to get on that train.
I think it's pure gold if you aren't an editor. He's got no flash intro, nothing like that. He's just uploading the clips. So you can download your clips from your stream very, very easily and just upload it. Yeah, like Dazzy Boy's saying, that spider clip, that's from years ago that happened to him on stream. But he's just uploading these. He's created a new channel. What a great way to help try and grow your stream if you're that way inclined. It's a bit of a risk as well because YouTube generally favours videos that are 8 minutes or longer because then you can have more ads. That means more money for YouTube. But for pure channel growth, I think it's one of the smartest moves that a content creator has made in some time. I'll share the.
Pretty easy to do, I think, because with Twitch you can just export your clips and bang, they're there.
Easy.
Yep.
You know what's better? Eyes that make money or just money,
No flash intro and outro and no tricky editing and that. It's just, Today's stream has got about 10 clips for upload in the bank. Very easy content. It is. And if it gets more people coming to watch you stream, then definitely do it, folks. You don't need to be an editing guru. Anyone can create that. Any simple free editing software out there will give you something like that. Now something else. I'm interested in you guys' thoughts. So Anarchy HD, massive channel, and what a voice! Oh my fucking god, that guy's voice. But what do you guys think of his admin destroys cheaters videos?
Well, I've watched every single one.
Love him. Love the guy. I love the way he talks too.
I think it's difficult.
Because there are people out there who will do it just to get their name featured in one of his videos.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I watched a couple of them when he first started doing them, but I lost interest. I thought they were funny, and his voice I could fall asleep to easily. Just.
Oh, he needs to do those ASMR videos.
It's like silk on the ears, but
you can feel the balls vibrating just from the baritone.
You like a bit of that old Anarchy voice, don't you?
Yes.
Yes. But I don't find those kind of videos entertaining. I think it's good that you can shit. I think it's great that you can shit on the fucking cheaters and the hackers by doing shit like this, and as you guys say, name and shame. But it's not my cup of tea.
To further expand on this, what do you guys think of him babysitting Summit?
Well,
that's stupid.
I didn't realise.
I think it was an easy title.
Yeah,
easy title. I like that. No, I don't think any admin or moderator for any server should babysit streamers of any caliber.
Oh yeah, they're all the same. Me and Steve from down the road are the same. So Shroud shows everyone else. You know, we're all the same. We all play the same fucking game. Click the same buttons. It means nothing.
Reminds me of the video. Was it Stimpy Boydie?
Yeah. Oh,
Yes, the one
the
SK
admin
video.
abuse
Yeah.
on one
That
SK
one.
servers.
Yeah.
I think there's something to be taken away from it. Maybe you can see something that you wouldn't normally see as a player, and you can go, maybe need to report that guy to an admin. You know, it's just these little things. The entertainment value of it, I don't see as much. Like, obviously running my own servers and stuff. You know, you take it with a pinch of salt, and you go, oh, that's what he did to find out this and that and the other. And, you know, talking to cheaters and all this sort of stuff, it's a pain in the ass sometimes. So I think seeing it from someone else's perspective, it's good. But as some people have said, they question it.
Yeah.
They question things. Like showing hackers and showing people that these are the things to do this and do that, and showing literally the open workings of how people catch cheaters literally means you won't catch them.
Smoking Bro just said it in chat,
circumstances.
and that's one of my main issues as well. It's sort of, you know, is it the sort of stuff that we should be letting people know happens? But yeah, I'm on the fence as well. I like that he's so active on his server, but I'm not sure how I feel about him babysitting Summit just because he's Summit.
I don't think it's just because it was Summit. First of all, I believe it's just a very easy title, a very, very easy title. It's going to get clicks no matter what you do. You could put a shit on the screen and people would still click on it if it's got Summit on in the title, no matter what. But you know, even at our smaller scales, you know, you have stream snipers occasionally. Summit, he probably has a couple of hundred. He could fill a server with them.
Oh yeah,
you know, easy. So as much as you shouldn't babysit these people, you should try and protect your server at the same time. I think that's the main thing he's trying to do, is protect his server from this bullshit. He wants every single person on that server should have the same entertainment value from it and not be picked on just because of who you are.
Yeah.
You know, we all click the same buttons and all this sort of stuff. We're all the same people. We play the game and we enjoy it. Yes, he might not like this and like that. That's besides the point. But I don't think he's intentionally doing it. It's just an easy title.
I just think it's probably not the sort of information that, you know, the less they know about how people are catching them, the better.
Yeah. And showing the admin tools in general is not a wise thing to do. You know, people knowing their way around those sort of things is very, very dangerous. People have access to them. We know they do.
Yeah.
But making sure that they know exactly how to use them to be able to screw people over is a problem for me. As much as I enjoy watching the videos, I've questioned them many times for those things.
Yep.
Definitely an interesting watch, though. You know, like seeing the ESP stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I watched the whole video through. It was funny. You know, the same as Stimpy's video where he had the admin tools. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I pissed myself laughing. Yeah, when he was being accused of being a hacker and he was just making those guys vomit over and over and over. God, it was
There's a guy on Rust called Komomo who does something very similar, but he's a lot more secretive about the way that he does things. I think Anarchy's a lot more of an open book, and I think that's both the advantage that he's got and the disadvantage.
Yeah.
You know, it's a double-edged sword, I guess.
So now we are on to our console topic, and the man of the week who had the week before was my week being in the drama spotlight. This week, the spotlight is on DonSibley. We've got you up on the big screen, mate.
Am I?
It never stops.
Right.
So you shared some amazing resources for console servers, mate. The stuff. Could you tell us first the backstory of where you mentioned someone, Justin or something?
Right. Yeah. So obviously I've been doing some, tutorials for DayZ console private server owners, just modifying the XML and stuff like that. And had through my Discord, someone posted a screenshot and got in touch with this guy, Justin Pitcher, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I've done this way to basically rearrange the loot using particular methods within the XML to make it look like it's a trader store. You go in, there's guns on the walls and this sort of stuff." I was like, oh, look, I'd love to make a video about it and, give you full credit and that sort of thing. So we did that and it came out and, DayZ shared it and all that sort of stuff. And, there's my clip you're playing there as well. But, that's kind of what, that's the videos I currently do. And that's, obviously giving credit to the people that, come up with these ideas as well and to give them credit and then pass on the information to server owners on the console. But I don't know what do you want me to say now about the situation.
So
the asshole.
You did one of the things I love about you. I've always said that if I ever step down from the show, I would hand everything over to Don, because Don, I firmly believe, has the same feeling about DayZ as I do. That he's he's more interested in the good of the game overall than just his own personal success. That said, the guy deserves to have 160,000 fucking YouTube subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed to him, subscribe to his channel right now, folks. But then some pieces of shit went and monetized what you did.
Look, I don't really sort of want to, mention them or point them out or name and shame. But
don't promote them.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll briefly, mention it. But then I also would like to highlight places that people can go to get free resources and that sort of thing, and explain about that. So basically, what happened? These people took the code that Justin Pitcher, and put it as saying that they've modified it or whatever, and inspired by whatever, and to get this working and get them working, make it work for a server owner, they charge a recurring payment of $20. And anyway, I posted an image of me on Twitter as a response to my post, like advertising, and I've done that on other people's things. But anyway, it's a bit ridiculous. But so without sort of pointing at them or pointing them out and giving them exposure, I'd like to show people where they can get free resources and to learn to the things that we're doing and showing people.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess myself and Scale Speeder, Rob, and another Facebook group called DayZ. What's the title of it? DayZ. How do I share my screen here, Boydie? Oh, okay. Oh, you've got it up there. There it is. The DayZ free XML support group on Twitter, and I think I'll try and get a link and put it in the chat. They do exactly what the title says. Offer, it's a free XML support group. Justin, who came up with the, I guess, the console trader store, is an admin, a mod on that. They've got files, pre-made files ready to download and implement onto your server. You can go there. I'm having trouble with doing this. Someone can chime in and say, oh, yeah, well, this is how I try this, try that. So you can go there in the Facebook group, and I'll just post the link in the chats there if you haven't already.
The Facebook group already shared it.
Yeah, Facebook group. Oh, you did? Okay, cool. That's so this is where Justin came from, who the credit goes to him for making this console trader shop. So I just want to say, like, all these methods and videos that I'm putting out, they work on PC as well, but it's born from console not having the ability to do stuff that PC can do. You see what I'm saying? So we're working with the tools that we have to try and be creative and create interesting features that make it private service away from vanilla for console, essentially. Another resource. So I have my Discord as well. We had there's a gentleman called Bahalshad who some time ago was in my Discord, and I had an area set up with XML help, that kind of stuff. But it was sort of growing to the point it was just taking over my Discord. I'm like, look, why don't we just? He was doing all this excellent work. I'm like, just create your own Discord. Let's just tell people to go to your Discord. You know what I mean? So within my Discord, there's links to Bahalshad's Discord, and Rob from ScaleSpeed, he often makes videos highlighting Bahalshad's work, and Discord as well. He's got pre-made files, deathmatch style servers for console. The information this guy's got is madness, and the stuff that he's doing is crazy as well. So we've got like a sort of a partnership, I suppose, going. So it's got links to my Discord, Scale Speeder's Discord as well. He's got the same sort of thing set up like a chat room type thing for XML help, and links to this Facebook group. So yeah, I mean, I've got like a general XML help type thing. Like if you post it and I happen to be sitting on the toilet, I'll probably answer it. You know what I mean? Like I don't really get onto it that much. You know what I mean? Like, if I've got a free second, I check my phone. Oh, I'm having trouble with this. Oh, try this. Okay, cool. So so basically all these are free resources. So we've got the Facebook DayZ free XML support group. We've got my Discord. We've got Bahalshad's Discord. And we've got Scale Speeder's Discord now. And these are all... And we're very passionate about it being free and not charging. Okay, I understand that people want to just throw money at a problem and get it working. That's not what we do. We have the tools, information to educate people. And when I make my videos, I like to think of them as a starting point. You can do this, you can do this. But what if you instead of adding this, why don't you add that? So it's just a play around and experiment and see the results. So I sort of like to make them as a starting point and educate as well.
I can't salute you enough. You're basically doing your own thing, like what Grandpa's done with the DayZ website, and you're doing it for the people who feel the most maligned in the DayZ community, the console crowd,
right.
And you're giving them more tools to be able to make their servers a bit more unique, and like Wolf by Night says, teach a man to fish kind of thing.
No, it's funny you say that, because one of my next upcoming videos is going to be that kind of principle. Like in my videos, like essentially it will give you a fish, but I don't necessarily go into a lot of the working behind how I get particular coordinates and all this sort of stuff. So in a video coming up, I'm going to show how I get positions of items, then use maths to rotate them into the relative offsets and all that sort of stuff, and using DayZ offline mode to export, use the export proto to get coordinates for items, structures in game, and this sort of stuff. But yeah, that'll make more sense probably in the video. But yeah, so giving tools for people to go away and then do them on their own as well.
Do you get a lot of feedback from community server admins? They're loving what you're doing?
Yeah, people always message me and thanks, because of you, our server's really popular and this, that, and the other. Thank you so much. Absolutely.
Yeah, I said I was going to say some nice things.
Yes, go for it.
I've used pretty much most of the things that you've promoted. You're doing a great thing for the console community, promoting these different things that you found and putting them in a way which I can understand as a village idiot. I run PC servers, just a little standard Chinaris with a bit of winter on it, and the survival camps. I thought, we always think towards going onto the DayZ workshop and going, is there a mod for that? Is there a mod for this? Is there and thinking outside of that box and put it in within your server is so valuable. So I love what you're doing for the console community.
Yeah.
But I'm so thankful for what you've managed to do externally with the PC community who come and watch it. And that's the same for people like Scale Speeder and other people. Yeah. And these people are going, oh, this is how you understand that, how you understand this. Because as we've mentioned, there's a lot of people who are secretive about the way that they do things. And surely it's better to have more people doing good shit than to have no one doing anything, because we can't grow as a community without that. So I thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And I'll be watching your next video, taking it on board as much as I can.
And I would like to see the DayZ Community Spotlight feature it. We know you guys on console would love to see modding. Explain why it's just not possible. But the next best thing, you can join these great Discords where there's a plethora of resources to help you do what you can within the limits of the console framework.
Yeah, and I think Scale Speeder and Bahalshad's Discord, they've got like the complete mission files. All you need to do is just drop them onto your server and, it's ready to go.
Yep.
I've been in. It's
and you don't need to pay $20.
That's correct, Boydie. It's totally
well, unless you want to buy him some Crocs,
He needs the Crocs.
Can someone find out if there's a website that makes custom designed Crocs, and if they do,
man,
we're going to start. I will personally get a pair. If I'll get permission from DayZ to do it, and we will get you a pair of DayZ Crocs made.
Oh, that shouldn't be too
Brilliant.
hard, surely.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy to do, I'm sure.
Yeah. How good would that be?
They love you enough, man. They love you enough.
That's got to be standard. That's got to be standard.
There we go. Someone's already found it for me. Crocs.co.uk. Personalise your Crocs.
Let's have a look.
Get it in as a merch line, mate. You know, they've got T-shirts, they've got stickers. We need DonSibley's Crocs. Come on.
Oh, I've got to get onto that. That's a fantastic idea.
So it'd have to be black.
I know, they would be, hey.
Yeah.
Black.
With the white logo.
Oh, the Bayer band.
Oh, this is amazing.
Oh, wow.
But that's not really a Croc. That's more like a thong. I'm not a Croc expert.
Those yellow ones. Oh.
What's a good style Croc? Is this more like the Crocs you wear, Don?
Yeah, that's the ones I'm wearing now.
Oh, that's women's.
Is
That's women's Crocs.
Yes. We love Croc wearers. Croc God.
Yeah, the one at the bottom right.
They look like
Look
that.
at them.
That one?
Oh,
That one, do you?
Croc God.
You're just saying that because it's 54 fucking pounds, aren't you?
Oh, Jesus.
That's the real Croc.
What's that in Australian dollars? Like,
What about classic glitter clog?
1 second.
Yeah, I'd go that too.
We'll
I've got
work
some
something
Post
out,
Malone.
Don. We'll work something out, mate. We'll
One
get you a pair of DayZ.
I want DayZ podcast Crocs.
It's 96 Australian.
96. Jeez.
Then you got postage as well.
Oh, you're lucky I love you, Don.
Have you seen that video? Have you seen a video online where the guy dips the tennis shoes into the water with the actual decal things? Have you ever seen him do that?
Yeah,
Where the paint's sort of sitting on the surface?
Yeah, similar ones.
Yeah, but they do something that's like a decal thing that they floated in there. I don't know how they do it, and then they
I've
drop the
seen
shoe
that,
in,
yeah,
pull it
yeah.
out, and it wraps it.
Oh, yeah, it's like
doing that-
wrapping it. Yeah.
Doing that with a Croc with, say, a DayZ
It's called
design.
poly dipping, I believe.
Is it? It looks
Yeah,
really
yeah.
good. I don't know
I'm
how
pretty sure.
durable it is, but it would look good on a Croc anyway.
Well, it's just like they would on a car, or putting like a carbon fiber pattern
Yeah.
on a car. It's not
it?
that hard to do.
Is it very durable?
Hydro
Yeah.
dipping, someone's saying in the
Hydro
so
dipping.
That's it. Hydro dipping. That's a fucking thing.
Really cool. Please.
Far off.
Paul, I can't stand seeing
Yep.
Jake Paul. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
He's just, but there are ones where you can do actually patterns. So you can actually buy like a
Yeah.
sheet, put it in there and dip it in there and it prints it on it. So cool.
DayZ, do your thing. Come on.
Official
Support creators. Come on.
Okay.
Support our
And
feet, support our
helicopters.
feet.
Simple, but it looks good.
Yeah, I like it.
We are down to the individual spotlights, folks. Now, I had a bit of a discussion this week with people about landmines. We mentioned it last week that I think it's great that landmines no longer kill. I had a stream on Friday where I had another ex-soldier in with me as well, and we were explaining to people about how anti-personnel mines are actually designed to work IRL, and that is not to kill. They are designed to fuck you up. They are designed to leave you a screaming, bleeding mess on the ground. Now, the changes to landmines, I salute. I've got a video on my YouTube channel from years ago where I was bitching about landmines being too OP. But the changes now are great. But so Derleth did some testing, and out of 10 landmines, he only bled once. Now, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, it hasn't gone far enough. It hasn't gone far enough.
No. What we were discussing in that podcast, and Silver from the True Survival community knocked it up in 24 hours, but he came up with a realistic landmines mod.
Okay.
So,
Hey, with animations, we might be able to blow people's legs off.
watch this.
Let's have a look at this. Let's see what it's like.
Oh, I'm scared of that noise, even though I'm not even playing. Oh, shit.
Ooh.
5 cuts.
Pretty much leaves you dead. A lasting effect on your life.
Pretty much, unless you've got bandages on you, not rags, bandages, you're going to die. If you've got a blood
broken
bag on
bones as
you,
well.
you might also be able to survive. And this is how I think landmines should be. Now, if you're with a teammate and you trip a landmine, a teammate's going to be able to save you. He's going to be able to start bandaging you while you're uncon on the ground. So it basically says you've either got to be prepared for it or hope to God you're playing with someone. And this is the ultimate in landmine for me. So less damage this time around. 4 cuts still, though, after approximately 30 seconds later.
Oh, right. Okay. I see it.
Stay protected, guys.
And this is how I think landmine should be. So if you've got a server and you like the fact that there's landmines around, definitely go in and check out his mod. It's free for everyone. But I was very happy, and he also put in a custom sound as well. It's not just a grenade sound anymore.
I like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that, I think, is a massive improvement. People have got to remember, even gunshots. Everyone seems to think that if you shoot someone with a gun, they're going to die. As brutal as this is, but go back and look at the wounded versus the killed in nearly every single major battle. And unless people go around and mop up the injured afterwards, more people are injured than are actually killed in shootings, as a general rule. So stop thinking that every bullet kills and that every landmine's going to kill. It's not. Yes, I understand that, without access to modern medical marvels, in an apocalypse, if you're in a landmine, the prognosis isn't going to be pretty fucking good for you. But you've got to factor in playability as well, folks. The game still needs to be enjoyable, and being one-shotted by what is essentially used as a troll. Oh, I found the landmine. I'm going to stick it over at this door or this pathway because I know someone's going to blow it up. How many people actually stay around and watch their bear trap or their landmine? Fuck all. Most people just set them and forget.
That's the only guy.
Yeah, Toprek, Black's Hawthorne, those sorts of people. Most people just use them to, they set it and they go, that's going to piss someone off. So, yeah.
Put it in a water well.
As Dazzy Boy said, a kill takes one person off the battlefield. Maiming someone takes a few people off the battlefield. Now, put that into a gameplay perspective. If you're in a squad and you're looting up a military area and one of you trips a landmine, that engages that whole squad in trying to save their teammate. So even from the gameplay perspective, it's still true. One of them's going to be running around providing security. Another one's going to be trying to bandage and save their mate. Another one might be going and making a splint because you need a splint now, not just morphine. Dumpgrass saying his squad would just let him die. But yeah, I think this is a brilliant mod, and people need to consider adding it to their service. This is how it does suck for solo players, Dazzy, but that's why I said it needs to be that it needs to be fine-tuned to the point that after that 30 seconds, if you can get up and you've got, say, 5 cuts, you're going to need at least 2 bandages. If you are prepared and kitted and geared enough and carrying the right stuff, it needs to be survivable, but only just. You need to be red flashing health. You need to be red blood. And, if you've got a blood bag on you, I don't know about you guys, but as soon as I find a blood bag and a saline kit, I take my blood. I always carry a blood bag on me. If you don't, that's on you. Landmines should be a genuine threat, but it needs to be something that you can have a potential to survive.
So you're right. I mean, landmines have always been way too fucking OP in the past, and I'm guilty of being that kind of bastard who
hasn't
plonks one down and walks off. In fact,
let's be an asshole. No other reason.
on
Taking part of the law.
Yeah, exactly. So
be an asshole.
I remember on the hooligan server that I developed for, we have a crate system, so you can use keys to unlock crates and whatnot. And I placed a landmine against a crate, and about a couple of weeks later, the landmine was gone. So I'm like, okay, I must have despawned. And it wasn't until I was talking to one of the community members, just saying about landmines, and he was like, "Did you leave a landmine there?" And I was like, "Yeah, I did." He was like, "You fucker, you killed me." And I'm like, they were fun, but it's a much welcome change, and that mod has really finished off that, so I'm happy with that.
So yeah.
Mhm.
We've also got the content creator mini spotlight, and I'm shouting into someone that most of you have probably never heard of, CJ Rage Prime.
Sorry, Boyd. Before you go on, I've got to go.
No worries, mate.
Mother's Day apparently, and yeah, so I've got things to do. But yeah, sorry to jump out early. But
That's all right,
thanks,
Don.
guys.
That's all right.
Thanks for having me on, Boyd.
I'll be
Yeah,
jumping
we'll,
off soon and cooking a big breakfast for the missus as well.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks for everything that you do, man.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, good work,
sharing
man.
that in the Discord. Yeah, thank
Respect,
you very much.
Don.
Wonderful meeting you as well.
Yeah,
Props.
see you.
Yeah,
And
man.
we'll work out how to get you these DayZ themed Crocs, mate.
I'll be finding out straight away myself. Don't worry. All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All the best,
All
buddy.
the
Take
best.
care of yourself.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
But yeah, Rage Prime. He's only got 70 subscribers, and he put a video out.
The CDC reports they have confirmed the presence of an unknown viral infection in the water supply, causing significant mind-altering symptoms, which include high fever, sweating, nausea, extreme aggression, and mass hysteria.
Our current overseas military assets will remain in place to reassure our allies that this is a minor, containable situation that we expect to see fully resolved in 24 hours or less.
I just shit myself at that. Fucking hell.
He's just logged in, remember?
Looks like my mother-in-law exactly that shit.
Is it me in another life?
What a shot.
Really?
Absolute
Clean.
stonker. GG's.
What?
Uninstall, mate.
Get clean as
was
fuck.
fortunate.
Now, there's a couple of reasons why I wanted to show it. I've been following Rage for quite some time. He doesn't post a lot of stuff, guys. Yeah, he's got a video 5 months ago, but this is also a shout out, a call to action for all of you watching this now. Who cares if you've only got 70 people subscribed? Who cares if you only get 19 views? 51 views, 7 views. We all had to start somewhere. But little videos like that are fucking gold. You don't need to do a 1 hour long epic, it takes you 1 week to finish editing the video. That was a simple edit. A few cuts here and there, and he didn't even narrate it. He just put text up on the screen saying what was happening. Yeah. That is a great video. I shared that on my Twitter. It's just anyone can make videos. Anyone can make content. True. And it makes you happy when that shot. What a banging fucking shot. Iron sight.
So clean.
Guy running right to left. Gold. Anyone can
I
do
think
it.
that's what And that's what's most special about our community, is that we can share our experiences. They don't have to be a 2-hour long, PvP extravaganza, you know. You can share your experience. People can appreciate it, those that want to appreciate it, and they can go, well done, mate. I'm glad you really enjoyed yourself. This is what shows DayZ in a good light. Rather than polished stuff. Polished stuff is amazing, and I love watching it. You know, JLK comes out with a video, I'm watching the bastard, right? But this is the real DayZ.
Yes.
And this is the thing that we need to see more of from everyone.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's a Twitch clip or it's this and that and the other. If you've got a Twitch, get a YouTube channel or a TikTok or whatever. Just do it right.
Yeah. Absolute legendary stuff.
And
so
if you're doing something on Twitch, it gets removed after 14 days anyway. Put the bastard on YouTube.
Yeah.
20 views, well done.
Really, really good video.
I just received
nice
a DM
simple,
from Scotty
to
from the dev team. I've got to show this. I've got to share my screen. He's obviously watching right now. Shout out to Scotty. I fucking love Scotty. He's brilliant.
He is good.
Let me just share my...
I really like that they listen. It's really valuable to the community. I like that.
That's good.
That's gold.
Fuck's sake.
That's gold. Scotty has been such a breath of fresh air for the DayZ marketing side of things. His sense of humour appeals to so many of us. I know it goes straight over some people's head, but I fucking love the guy. I love him with a passion.
And they listen. They listen. That's the most important part.
Yes.
We can say whatever we want, but they listen. That's really valuable.
Yep. Yeah, we talk shit about them sometimes here on the podcast, but they respect us for it. You know, they're open to listening, and phenomenal.
We take the piss all the time, but they can take it on the chin and they can rise above it and make valuable choices about the game and about the community based on what we've said. And that
if we don't
really
say it in a constructive manner, how are they going to know if they're doing the right thing or the wrong thing? So
any asshole can go fix your fucking game.
Yeah,
anyone can do.
Artwork creator mini spotlight, folks. Let me just share my screen again. This is someone that most of you will be familiar with, OG Levant.
Yep.
Now, OG does some amazing work. He sent me... There it is. Oh, shit, I'll probably have to go back to my Discord. But he actually does model creation as well. So if anyone's out there and they need to do a commission for, pardon me, some assets for in the game, hit him up. He's done a lot of stuff. What was it? I usually have to remove a load of stuff from my PC because the models take up a lot of space. I might just drag it across so people can see it. On the stream, so you'll need to have my stream open, guys. But he's done a wolf headdress, some bunkers in the snow.
Brilliant.
I have no idea what the hell that is. Antler, satellite dish. But yeah, he said the best way to contact him is his Twitter, which I've got up on the screen now, and I'll share it in the chat. But he's, pretty much ask him if he can do something. He's just finished a degree in game design as well at university.
He's local to me as well.
Wow.
He what, sorry?
He's really local to me. He's in Sheffield. I'm just on the road.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
small world.
Hit him up, guys. He's just finished uni, so I'm probably guessing he's hasn't got a job yet. So if you do need any work done and you've got a few quid spare, there's someone who is a very vocal member of the DayZ community as well, and you can be supporting someone within this community to make a few quid here and there. Bada bing. Oh, need to move that back over here now. We're almost done, folks. Community Spotlight. This week I am shining on the True Survival ESCA servers here in Australia. They have been absolutely popping. They've got 3 servers up now. They primarily are known for a roleplay server that they have, which isn't really my thing. My amount of roleplay is... What the hell is going on with my computer? There we go. Oh, Jesus.
Boomer virus.
Yeah. It's all so big. But yeah, True Survival Game. I'll share their Twitter, their Twitter and their Discord for you all. What the hell is going on? Yeah, I've managed to make it massive. God, I'm such a boomer. There we go. I've made it smaller again. But they are absolutely killing it with the ESCA servers. I've managed. That's what she said. Okay, yeah, I get it. I managed to make it bigger. But the ESCA servers are all the rage at the moment. And for those looking for it locally here in Australia and New Zealand, the ESCA servers are phenomenal. I do have to shout out another douchebag fucking move. Someone started a server and they said, do you like True Survival ESCA? Well, try us instead.
I saw that.
What a fucking kidding me? Come on. What a douchebag.
Mm-hmm.
Is this going to be day 2 all over again?
Yeah.
Yes. It's exactly that. I think that was actually some of the comments were about that, I believe. Is that people are always going to do it.
Stand on your own 2 legs, guys. Stand on your own 2 legs, you know. It really disappointed me. Really fucking disappointed me. So here's his Twitter account again, which has got links to everything, and yeah, hit him up. I know they'll get themselves some people, but at what cost? You got to have a bit of fucking dignity about yourself. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but look, I'm gonna actually go back here. You look at the DayZ podcast website. Give me a second. Let me bring it up.
He's getting good at this.
Now, I am not the first person to do a DayZ podcast, but I called it the DayZ podcast, 87.8 Survivor FM, and I shouted out the 2 people who did them before me. After Barely Infected's Altercast and then Uncooper's Compass podcast both finished, there was a distinct... So I'm not the first person to come up with the idea of a podcast for DayZ, but I'm not going to claim that I am, and I'm not going to say, like Barely Infected's Altercast, mine's better, come and watch my podcast. No, Barely Infected and Super FT LOL were the gold standard of a DayZ podcast for me. 2 great minds talking about DayZ. I fucking loved their podcast. And if you're interested in DayZ history as well... go to the website and check out the channel. It's still up there, and it was some fucking pathetic views for those 2 guys talking about it. It deserved a much bigger following. Same as Uncooper's Compass podcast. So just www.thedayzpodcast.com. Check it out, folks. Definitely worth checking out the ESCA True Survival service, folks. It's got a few custom little mods on them. I love what happens when you cut bodies up. You end up with the skeleton and body parts. And I think Stimpy's latest video was recorded on it.
I was just about to say when I watched that video, I just watched it earlier on today, and I saw the skeleton one. I was like, that looks so fucking cool. What the hell is this?
Yep. Yeah, definitely worth checking out. And a big shout out to DayZ, sending out a bunch of creators. I know they upset some creators, but look, at the end of the day, they've got X amount of codes. They're going to send them out to people who are active in the community. If you missed out, it doesn't mean they don't like you. It just means... I don't know what it means. It just...
Look at the draw.
They picked those people for a reason. It's nothing against anyone. They've just picked them people for a reason. They're passionate about the game. They've got a good viewership. They've got this. They've got that. And maybe you'll get picked next time. It's nothing against anyone, and it's nothing for anyone else. It's just a way that the cookie crumbles, you know?
There's the podcast website, and there's hyperlinks on the main page to both Barely Infected's Ultracast and also Cooper's Compass podcast as well, which was another fascinating listen as well. But sadly, both of them stopped doing their project. So yeah, definitely worth going and checking out. But no, kudos to DayZ. I've seen a lot of people streaming it and giving out codes. I've got 2 copies of each left, but they're going to be given out to people who comment on the YouTube video. So make sure you watch it through. At some point through the video, I'm going to be putting in a code word. You'll need to use that code word in your comment, and I will pick 2 people at random to send a copy of DayZ and the Livonia DLC for PC as well. Last but not least, folks, it's our individual spotlights. I've got 2. Now, one is not DayZ related, but for fuck's sakes, folks, this is fucking brutal.
I saw this. Got no heart.
Is this
PUBG, man. Now, I know this is a PUBG league. Hello, I am asking about next week's PCs for Europe West qualifiers. I have to go for family member funerals on other side of country here in Finland. Are we allowed to use substitute player because of the funerals? No. I am very sorry for your loss, but this event has already been planned. You know the exact date. That is, it will not be considered an emergency. Accordingly, it does not fall under the emergency replacement rule, but your team can play as 3 on the day. What
Sickening.
A cold-hearted fucking piece of shit, Grandpa. What do you say to that?
A game versus reality. Seriously. I mean,
I'd like to see what their actual rules are. What the fuck?
Well, no, people actually delved into the rules and were giving him ways that he could work around it. Get a doctor or a psych to claim he was stressed.
Yeah, look, that's just disgusting. There's no way around it. I mean, you know,
There's no excuse.
You know, I held my best friend in my arms dead a few years ago, and I can tell you now how that affects you and how everything comes to a grinding halt. And no matter how strong you are, no matter how much you think you can get through things, the only thing that gets you through it is the fact that people can be empathetic and compassionate, knowing that if they've lost someone, they're going to know what it feels like. So to read something like that, that's this is a video game. They're talking about a video game. Now they're talking to somebody who's just lost a real loved one. That doesn't need to be explained. I mean, if you are so hooked up in a virtual world that you can't even have empathy for a human being, and that's just this.
Just a human. Fucking hell, man.
I'm speechless to even realize someone would.
Fair fucks for calling them out, you know. Fucking assholes.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's right. People, I know what I'd be doing. I'd be boycotting the whole thing. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I would love to see all players boycott it. Fucking oath. That would be a great stand by them all.
We've got
it's a money game, Boydie, unfortunately.
The other games that I've really seen, little grandma plays now. You know, little grandma's in her 60s, and she's learning how to play and everything else like that. And one time I was doing some editing, and she was playing. And next minute she went to a trader, and she asked the guy, she said, "Excuse me, where do I get such and such from?" And then she turned around and she said what? And then I jumped on to listen to her stream, and the guy had told her to get effed. And I said, hang on a second. She's asked a simple question. You tell a woman to go get F. Well, I jumped in the game and I ran to the traders. Luckily, he wasn't there at the time. But I'm like, would you do that to her in real life? You know, would you say that to me in real life? Like, but I think sometimes people get so caught up in games that they forget there are humans behind those keyboards. There's real people with feelings. And they're not just a character you go and kill and they respawn. That's a real person. And to be disrespectful and indignant to somebody else is, I don't want to sound bad. I mean, you know, I'm older, but I think it just shows the relevance to the time, how people today tend to be very unfeeling, you know, desensitized towards other human beings just because they're in a video game on the other side of a screen. You know, I know people personally wouldn't come up and say most of the stuff to my face that they'd say online. Yeah. I know that. And I've offered people to come and say it to my face, and they don't. But, you know, it's one of those things that we've got to a point now.
This video needs a little bit of backstory, I think. Without it, it just kind of looks like a big kill on sight video. A couple of weeks ago, I was hanging out around Cherno, just people watching, and then someone has jumped into the TeamSpeak. It was a young girl, and she jumped in channel. I'm always a bit wary of people jumping in because the majority of the time they're trolls, but I listen to her.
To put it in context, this guy's a personal mate of mine, IRL. I've met up with him at PAX Australia. His name's Vanguard. He was one of my idols of the DayZ community back in the day. And yeah, him and Vigilante Gamer were the gold standard of DayZ in the community for me. This video, I'll share it as well, but I'm going to let it play out because it ties in exactly to what you were saying, Big Grampa.
And it didn't take long to realise that she was serious. She happened to be in the same server that I was, and see my name in the server, so came in to have a word to me. She'd recently been killed at the Electro Fire Station, the one out of town, by a bunch of guys. So okay, I'll help you out. But she started not breaking down, but I could hear, she was tearing up. And then she said that they'd approached her and said they were going to rape her. And this is obviously before they made VoIP contact. Obviously they've seen the female character and hiding behind the 80 milliseconds of ping, thought it was okay to express that bullshit. And then she's spoken over VoIP. A normal person would not even say what they said beforehand, but then realise it is a female and then apologise. But these guys didn't. It got worse. Ended up her breaking down and resorting to coming seeing me. And I had a chat to her the best that I could. And then I said, probably best to have a break from DayZ and maybe speak to your parents about it, because it wasn't really my place, or I don't have any kids of myself, so I couldn't really help her too much. But as a brother to a younger sister, I was fucking fuming. So I made my way to Electro, turned my mic off because I was cursing like a sailor, as I usually do, but this was slightly worse. And then I did my best to get some redemption for her. So this is for you, Sylvia.
Now, I'm going to pause it there, and I will share the link to this video in chat for you all. But Vanguard is a PvP god. One of the best PvPers in the Australian region. He's phenomenal, and just he's one of the nicest fucking guys to boot as well. And a great fucking video. You'll love it, even though it's the old clunky, 2015 that video is from, version of DayZ. It's just great seeing this guy fucking wreck these toxic pieces of shit.
Good. I just don't understand that behavior. Like, why is it just because it's a woman that you have to be like more disrespectful? And it's like, no, there's no need for it, full stop. And I know for like some bystanders who was watching this be like, oh, lad's a simp. But I'm not being funny, but if you're being an absolute toxic piece of shit to any person of any gender, like, I'm sorry, but are you not getting the love that you're craving at home? Like, are you okay? Do you need to see a therapist? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you if you be that kind of toxic? Like, when I play DayZ with like a bunch of exactly, it's like when I play DayZ with a whole bunch of people on like random servers that's not like the ones that I develop for, if I get killed by somebody, I'll always go on the side chat. It's just like, GG, mate, fucking props to you. Because most of the time it's like, yeah. And all my mates, they fucking laugh at it. It's just like, oh, you're fucking sucking the dick. Stop it, lad. It's like, I'm not sucking the dick. It's called having good sportsmanship. At the end of the day, we're all playing the same fucking game. And it's like, it pisses me off to no end because it's stuff like that appear in the community and it makes the rest of us look bad. And it's absolutely fucking pathetic. It's like you get the toxic console players, and they'll come over to PC and they'll bring the toxicity to them. And a lot of other places, they don't fucking want that shit. It's like, you're not funny, mates. Piss off. Like, it's just, it's not fucking needed. Well, there's less
accountability too for people.
Exactly.
They can do those things. The last time that
Grandpa, you just
so
want to
good.
say to him, would you say that to my face?
Well, the last time someone said that to little grandma, I didn't realize I was in a video shop. I came out quite a few years ago, and she was in the car waiting for me, and she said some guy just verbally assaulted her. I said, "Where is he?" She goes, "He's over there in the Night Owl, like 7-Eleven." I went, walked over. He was putting a hero roll in the microwave, and this isn't a joke. This is dead serious. Took a can of baked beans off the shelf, right? You know how you use it as a weapon in DayZ?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It really worked. He was so hard, put his head, the door was open, his head actually partially went inside the microwave, right? Dragged him back out and thought, I hope this is the right guy. Dragged him out to the front door, had a hold of him, right? The guy was just absolutely, he was a decent sized guy. Said to my wife, is this him? She goes, yeah. And he had a hold of my shirt and then he wouldn't let go. So let go. He said, so I've done a fair bit of stuff. I knee dropped him in the side of his thigh. They left him sitting on his ass. There was 2 cafes on both sides. Everyone saw it. And when they saw him hit the ground, they all just looked the other way. And I said, mate, what were you thinking? And he goes, well, what? I said, what were you thinking? Verbally assaulting a woman in a car like that. Don't think there's any repercussion. I said, look at you now. You look stupid. I got in the car, went to drive off. He got up to sort of follow, and I said, mate, I pulled up, went open the door. I said, do not come near me. And he turned and walked the other way. Now, that's the repercussions in real life. And I grew up, born in the 60s and everything else. So it kind of like, we used to deal with things, but now you are, and I'm not bagging the younger generation because they don't know anything else. But when I grew up, if I was bouncing and the situation happened out the front, 2 guys wanted to go at it, we let them do it. You know, mutual combat, we had no problem with it. Just do it. Don't jump on his head. Don't pull a weapon. But unfortunately, because of all of this, the way things evolve, people find they get a courage, kind of like behind the wheel road rage, you know. And that happened to me recently where I just about literally killed a guy. He tried to kill us for 15 minutes. Long story, I'll tell you sometime. But, you know, he thought he road rage. And because he was behind the wheel, he was a different person. And then when I dragged him out of the cabin and began to remove his nose and everything else, he wasn't the same person he thought he was. And that's because there was an accountability for his actions, you know, and he just about killed us too. So, you know, you realize that, hey, Grandma, you realize that some of those things, in our day had a repercussion, but now they sit behind the screen and go, hey, you're not going to find me. But, you know, go try that in the traffic one day with the wrong person. And you're seeing it on the news every day, especially on the Gold Coast. We get so many kind of like violent attacks and things like that. So that's my point of view on it. I think,
Yeah.
it is sad. It is the way things are.
I mean, don't get us wrong. Like, I'm a freedom of speech advocate. I believe that you should be allowed to say anything you want, but I do not believe in freedom of consequence. Like, if you call somebody, like if you fucking shit talk someone, you expect them to shit talk you back or do something like. It's simple as it's like. You say something to someone online, it's going to be difficult for them to have repercussions. And at the end of the day, at the back of the mind, you've got to fucking respect what they like, not respect what they say, but you got to respect the right for them to say it. But at the end of the day, if they go out and they say that shit, they're going to get fucked.
That's right.
Like straight up. So, but that kind of fucking activity is like, it's fucking bullshit, absolute fucking horseshit. And I know it's like been 6 years since that video was posted, but I hope that I hope it was all fucking sorted out. But holy shit!
Yeah, I mean, I was upset that he spoke to Grandpa like that. I was like, what the hell? What? He doesn't know her, and she's a female, and she's French Polynesian, so she's got a very soft, kind of nice accent, and And I found myself fuming. I wasn't even. I just jumped straight in the game. I ran straight to traders, but he wasn't there. You know, it's a bit hard. I mean, but
People feel a sense of entitlement to do what they want.
They do, yeah. I actually just like the idea of getting on a server. I did it once. Apparently, there's a YouTube video getting around where I got a party bus and I filled it with the entire server. And this was back when they had the party buses that you could stand up in while you were driving. And I just said to everybody, I said, hey, everybody, party buses come around, pick you up and that. And we had the best time. We loaded the server with everyone on the bus and just drove around, had fun. And for a while there, everyone forgot about their roles of wanting just, KOS. And they were like, they were laughing and we're trying to jump over the wings of the plane, and all kinds of crazy stuff for about 2 hours. People said, you know what? We've never just hung out and had fun and not killed each other. And I think that was a real revelation to a lot of young people, is you can just hang out and have a bit of fun. You don't have to kill on sight, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. There are people who are into that. I get it. But, you know, sometimes it's just nice to hang out with guys. That's why I put the pub in the game and all the rest of that kind of stuff. It's a safe zone.
Yeah, it's
hang out and chat.
It's exactly, and it's I like those kind of things. Like sometimes, yeah, I mean, you just want to play in, like, for example, a deathmatch server. You just want to, like, I don't know, train your PvP skills. But sometimes you're just with your mates. You want to fuck around, like you want to fuck around Deer Isle or something. Get a car and go to the racetrack. And just race each other. That's what me and my mates did, and it was just so fucking fun.
Yeah. And that's what DayZ allows you, folks. It allows for something more than just a PvP, kill everything on site adventure. I do have a positive one, though. Dab has teamed up with the DayZ Jessica team.
I saw that.
I'm excited to see what's going to come from that, folks. If what he did with Namolsk is any indication of what we've got to come, oh lordy.
Yeah, I'm so fucking excited.
I saw Marx's comment, and it seems like something that there's a few ideas thrown about, which is interesting.
What kind of ideas do you know?
Rainstorms, thunderstorms to explain the flooding and
law-based things.
That's all right, and that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm excited now.
So what about you, lad? Have you got a highlight from the last week or so, mate?
Well, it is kind of something to do with the community spotlight. I was very, very happy and surprised to see Wellington DayZ's artwork get showcased there. Yes. I was fucking thrilled because obviously somebody who's been doing artwork for DayZ for since 2016, 2017, it's absolutely fantastic that someone who does stuff like that is getting some kind of recognition. And the artwork that was posted, oh mate, it was so fucking good. Like the little fucking details, especially the raindrops on the helmet, it was absolutely fantastic. And just the overall lighting and the composition of it, and just it was just so goddamn good. And I'm so happy that got some recognition. So fucking props to him. I'm so happy for him. He's going places. I hope he really is going places.
Yeah.
What about you, Grandpa?
Actually, I'd like to share something with people out there who are trying to go ahead and put a game together or anything to do with that. I found this by accident, but I'm going to share this with you guys.
They're the best ones, right?
It is so good. I did the whole thing. It's actually a course. So I don't know if you guys can see. Obviously, you've heard of GameDev.tv. So I've got a bunch of courses and stuff like that. Their Blender one is great if you want to learn Blender. Well, they got this course down here called Finish It, Motivation and Process for Game Developers course. Now, it's not what you think it is. I did the entire course. But it runs you through a whole process. And now he's a Brisbane boy who travels the world, who actually does the videos in this. But his processes, V&T technique and all the rest of that, it's probably the best video tutorial series I've ever watched. Was actually one of the inspirations for me to go ahead and finish my actual course, that's tutorials I'm doing. But there's some great techniques in here. Now, whether you're going to do, I don't get sponsored by them, so I'm getting nothing back from this. Whether you're going to go and build a game, or whether you're going to do a tutorial series or whatever else, it's all relevant to it. But he gives you great lessons and links and all that kind of stuff. So if you guys are looking for something or a way of being organized, check out GameDev.tv and check out their Finish It by Rick Davidson, who's from Brisbane. You always see him in the UK and everything on these videos. Fabulous course. Look, I think it was on special. I think I got it for $19 or something. It was cheap. So I got to really shout out to Rick Davidson. Probably one of the best things I've ever done for just finishing things and getting them done. And I'm right down to buying the Crocs. You probably think, oh, why did you buy Crocs? Anything I can do that's comfortable, anything that contributes. This table has a riser now. One of the things he suggested, which I realize is right, I like to stand and sit throughout the day. The Crocs help my back because I was in a car wreck in the US. So it kind of helps with all those things. So, yeah, I've got to spotlight that. That is just such a good course and just, plethora of just gold throughout that thing. You're going to design a game. You want to know where to start. what programs, or like how to organize yourself, which is probably where I struggle the most. Now I don't have that problem. I literally have things, adapted from what he taught. So
well, from what I can see, it helps you through that spaghetti minefield of, you know, getting from concept to getting to a finished product. Everyone sees a finished product and goes, well done, but it's how to get to there, I guess.
That's right, yeah. And knowing what systems to have in place, like on a daily basis, how to commit, how to make milestones. He gives a little bit of psychology in it, which I found was really good. I think that's his background. He actually had a history, a major in psychology. But what he teaches, some of the methods and principles, I never would have discovered. And one of them I use, and I'll tell you this, is a website called BeMinder. And BeMinder, basically you set goals, whether it's I've got to walk 10,000 steps a day or whatever it is. And if you don't commit to them, mine checks my watch, sends it to my phone, and there's other methods, it will actually charge you a set amount every single week that you miss your goal. Now, people say, oh, that's terrible. If you're working for yourself and there's some skin on the line, believe me, getting things done really. I noticed the other day, I took the neighbour's dog for a walk because I thought, no, I can't miss my 10,000 steps again. So, look, it's really good for a lot of things, but really just honing in and focusing and getting things organised. It covers so many things. I can't speak any more highly than Rick. I wrote a letter to him. I said, dude, absolutely, probably one of the primo courses, because we all learn, how do I use this tool? How do I do that? Thing is, how do you get yourself together? How do you organize yourself? How do you set a workflow? That's the place to start. So props to Rick Davidson and Game Dev TV for producing almost an unknown course that really is phenomenal. So yeah, that's my spotlight for the week on that one.
What about you, Zombie Lee? You're an impromptu guest, mate, but we've got to give you a chance as well.
I think I'm going to go to what I know. I've not streamed much recently because of some tech issues. But the stream team, Human Twitch Beads.
Yep.
Been looking through the chat recently, and Uncle Ray Ray's been trying to promote specifically that we focus on one streamer per week and promoting that person. And just giving them the real push that they need to be able to, you know, carry on. And all the way through that week, we promote that guy or woman or whoever you want to be. And you just give them something to look forward to, you know, give them a few follows, because it's all well and good having one person coming in here, one person coming in there. But if we can all appreciate one person and give them that motivation to keep on going, because we can all stop at any time, you know? So yeah, anyone within the stream team, basically, it'll pick someone, you get promoted, you have a really nice time out of it. You know, there's some people who get 1-2 viewers, right? You give them a rate of, you know, 10, 15 people, and it's like you've changed their life. And, you know, I'm sure for many of us who do stream, it's a real break away from the times that we're having within our lives. And I think it's a great thing that he's doing. I do have a second one.
Before you move on, I have to double down on that. You look at Uncle Ray Ray when he streams, he's madness, he's chaos, he's just this hyper energy, but fuck me, does that guy know how to run a stream team?
He's a fucking genius.
He is such a motivator, and without, honest to God, I know people will look at the big guys stream teams and all the rest of it, but if you're a small guy, it's Uncle Ray Ray's team for all the people that are rejected by everyone else. He doesn't care if you're massive or small or whatever. He'll bring you in. He'll make you feel like you're part of the family. And the guy deserves more credibility than people give him. People think he's just this mad nut job. He's not. He's a very, very smart operator, and he knows how to run a stream team.
The people who are in there, you know, there's people getting affiliate. There's people who are given the platform to be able to do something that they want to do. You know, going into into Streamlabs or whatever and just clicking the button and going live and seeing no one in there for 3 weeks. It's shit, you know. It can feel shit, but it's an escape from people. And there's going to be people in there. There's people who have discovered who you are. I've made some friends that I'll know for life through that community. You know, I've played with them. You know, I've gone on new games that I'd never have even thought of going on. You know, such as 5M and No Pixel, that sort of situation. And I think it's unbelievably valuable what he's made. And as much as people have spoke about it, you spoke about it many times, I think it's still unbelievably underappreciated. And he is too. Very underappreciated. And I've got a reasonably vague thing. I really just wish that people would appreciate smaller servers a bit more.
Yes.
Yes.
I've seen you talking about this recently, Boydie. I believe, anyway. I think it was you.
Yeah.
But, there's 10 people on a server. Amazing. That's 10 people that I can meet up with and I can shoot at, and they can shoot at me, and we'll have a nice experience together. But if everyone was the same as a lot of people within the community, and they go, but there's only 10 people, the glass half full sort of people, there's going to be no one on there by the end of the week, you know?
Like I said, mate, because of the tweet you're talking about from me, is I don't look at player numbers. If the server has stuff on there that I want, I will go on there. I generally run solo. I don't need to run with a crew to enjoy myself playing DayZ. I'll be honest, I'm kind of happiest when I'm by myself. And when I do eventually bump into someone, see someone, or heaven forbid they fire a shot at me, oh my fucking God, do I shit myself? It adds to the immersion. It's a fucking apocalypse, people. It's meant to be not a lot of people around. Stop getting on these servers with 127 people jammed into fucking the Molsk, the tiniest fucking map. And it's like Grand Central Station. Everywhere you look, there's survivors running around. I like the feel of an apocalypse. I like knowing that there's...
Basically.
Yeah, so when you see someone, it's a genuine shock.
Grandma and I played a server with just 2 people.
Yep.
Me and Grandma. We actually play MADCUNTS. I don't swear, but MADCUNTS
server. Yep.
We played the 0-1, and we've played for months on that, and we switch between pips, you know. But there is always just me and Grandma, and even last night we jumped on. We built a base up at Novo, and look, we just like driving around and finding stuff and fighting zombies, and we've never had another person on that server since we've played for 2-3 months. I've never seen anyone on the Mad CUNTS 0-1 in 3 months, just us every time.
Yeah,
we still enjoy it.
And as someone who develops for a couple of small servers, which I would love to talk about very quickly before we shut off, because obviously time's getting on and whatnot. It's like the newest server that I work for, Hooligans. I work with Mass, and we have our mod called Massive Mod. And the mod adds like a whole bunch of small quality of life improvements, like bandaging as a continuous action, IFACs, which give you an epinephrine boost and heal all cuts, but it takes a long time for you to apply it. We've also got a crate system, which promotes people going around the map. You have to use keys which you get from killing infected to unlock these crates, and the crates are randomized. And you can get food, you can get weapons, you can get armor, you can get a bunch of all of it. And it's really, really cool. And we're slowly starting to get like pop. But when we first launched, the server was popping, absolutely fantastic. And then the Namosk hype died down and no one was playing the server. So me and Mass, we were just working slowly, working hard on it. And eventually now that Essica's out, we're getting that pop back slowly but surely, and we're always seeing new faces come in, and it's fucking wonderful. It's absolutely fantastic to see people come and recognize your work and recognize, you know, the server's actually pretty good. And you think to yourself, it's like, there's not that many servers that get this kind of thing. And
put a link to the Discord in the chat, mate.
Oh, okay, yeah, certainly.
I'll join. Fuck it. You know, I've been harking on about all servers, you know. I've said my origin story for DayZ on this podcast before. You know, I started on here with my dad and my brother all playing together on a 15, 20 pop server. There's maybe 10 of us on. Raided a couple of bases, died a load of times, and then, you know, moved along. But it's all well and good having these top 20s and all this shit, right? It's amazing having a big server. You know, if you want to go play PvP, go play PvP and go get the shit ripped out of you. But please, for the love of God, please appreciate these small servers and the projects that people are working on. You know, such as the one that Lad's working on right now. They're small for a reason most of the time. You know, Chinaris has fallen, let's say. They've got a tiny server. Doesn't get too much pop, but it's like that for a reason. having 15 pop is not because it's unpopular or because of this or because of that. It's someone's project that they've put together, and they've done these things for a reason. Appreciate that, play it, and if you don't like it, move on. But at least be a bit more open, please. You can go on Zero, Karma Crew, and all these stuff. They're great servers. I don't deny that for a second.
They are.
But just open your horizons and have a bit of a different experience every so often. You know, like playing BDSM hardcore like Boydie does. You know? Have a go. There's more to the game than modded everything, this, that, and the other. Just broaden your horizons and keep the game healthy, you know? We're all too close to the edge of being unrealistic and getting too used to things. And that's why people have breaks from shit, because they get bored. And I've had enough.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us this week on the podcast. It's a 4-hour fucking podcast, man. That is a monstrous fucking episode. This has been an absolute doozy. I saw someone say in chat, it's 1 a.m. here in Ireland. So it was 9 a.m. when they started watching, and it's now 1 a.m. in the morning. Thank you for still being here. You know, it's kind of flattering that someone would hang around and watch a bunch of old boomers and one young guy talk about a video game for a while. Who is the bottom right guest? That is Zombie Lee. Type something in chat, Zombie Lee, just so they can give you a follow as well. But yeah, next week we have someone who you guys probably have never heard of before coming on, DTB Gaming. He's a Facebook streamer. I wanted to reach out because obviously I stream it on Twitch. And yeah, Mark's is a bit more YouTube, but YouTube's not very good for cross-pollination between streamers. Twitch has got a really good model for rating and all the rest of it. But I also wanted to find out a bit about what DayZ is like streaming in the Facebook community. So not going to be as heavy-hitting as the last couple have been, but I'm certain there'll be enough drama and that. Maybe I'll get Sarah Moore on to talk about him and JLK's beef that they've got going at the moment. Yeah. But no, it's going to be a good episode, folks. Big Grampa, very fucking excited. Love your work with what you're doing with your DayZ Academy, mate. That's just fucking gold. I think I'll get links to your website if you could send that through to me, mate, and I'll put that in the thumbnail for the video for anyone who wants to find out more about what you're doing and your Discord. Lad, best of luck with your textures and remodels and everything else you've got working.
Thank you very much.
Fingers in a lot of pies at the moment, haven't you, mate?
I do. It's weird. It's really weird. And you know what? I might actually just start putting my PayPal link and fucking stuff like.
Please do.
Please. You know, if no one donates, so be it. But if you don't have it there, we you know, you're removing the option for people to support you.
Yeah. But it's been an absolute honor. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm surprised all of you guys, not only in here, but in chat, is listening to me drivel on about random fucking bullshit for the last 4 hours. Like it's
no pixel.
But it's an absolute honor. Thank you so much for having me. Much love to all of you guys and everyone in chat.
Want to actually come on this show. That's the thing that amazes me the most. Yeah. Okie dokie, folks.
I'd like to say a special thank you to you from a dad. He's called Viper. He's subscribed to your Patreon, and he said he's really looking forward to making a map and stuff and learning what you're doing.
Is that
he really appreciates it.
Is that for Big Grampa?
Incredible. I'm signing up as soon as. Really appreciate it, mate.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the support. I'm so thankful to be here on the DayZ podcast. I was so excited when I found out about you guys, and Dino referred me, so I really appreciate what you guys are doing. And
I just love that there's so many people like you still out there waiting to be discovered, mate. People who are doing this stuff that, you know, I like to think I've got my finger on the pulse for a lot of stuff. But yeah, you same as Mario last week. Mario caught me off guard. It was like, who the fuck is Mario? And then you see people like Inclement Dab fucking, you know, bigging up this Mario guy. I'm like, who is this guy? I've never fucking heard of him. And then I find out about this geezer who called himself Big Grampa, and fucking he drops this bomb with how to make a map in fucking, you know, 2 hours or whatever it was. Bloody, just keep doing what you're doing, mate. It's good that there's people like you that exist in this community and this world.
Thanks, guys, and stay tuned because I'll have new videos coming out every week. I'm working literally almost full time on them. So be patient. There'll be new videos coming every week. So if you guys come back, keep checking. Join the website, DayZ Academy, www.djs.com, DEJAIZ.com. And I'll keep the info coming for you guys. And thanks for supporting.
Yeah.
Support the DayZ podcast and all the rest of the guys on the crew too, because we need each other during these times.
We
More
do.
than just a game. More than just a game. It's a family in some ways. You know?
It is a big family.
So it's awesome.
Okay, folks, we will see you next week. I should be streaming this Wednesday as well, so feel free to come in. Fridays, I like to do kind of like a little mini informal podcast, so I jump into my Discord, and anyone who wants to come in and just talk shit is welcome to join me.
Great.
Oh, yeah.
All the best, everyone, and we will see you next week. Ciao for now.
Bless you guys. Ciao.
Good night, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.